Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the virtual convening of the Kentucky Board of Education, April 7, 2021. Members, and welcome, and those who are watching us online, also welcome to this remote meeting. As always, a few notes to announce about conducting virtual meetings. The meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Accordingly, KBE members must ensure that your video is streaming and you can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. Members, please mute your microphone when not talking. However, remember that all discussions must be broadcast to the public, so be sure your microphone is not on mute when you speak. Every time you do speak during the meeting, please unmute your mic, state your name, and take a short pause. This will give the software time to recognize you. As in the last couple of meetings, that seems to be much more smooth now. For any items that require a vote, a roll call vote will be necessary to record the vote of each member. At that time, the member should state his or her name, pause, and then state, "I vote yes" or "I vote no." Also remember to silence or turn off other electronic devices, doing that right now, that may cause disruption in your sound feed. Before we open with the roll call this morning, we have the honor and privilege of swearing in a new board member. With us is Leah Sharp from the Office of Legal Services, who will administer the oath of office to Jamie Bowling.
Ms. Bowling,
Yes.
good morning. I will ask you to raise your right hand, and then I will read the oath of office in its entirety, and then we'll ask you to swear or affirm at the conclusion.
Thank you.
I do solemnly swear or affirm, as the case may be, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute, to the best of my ability, the office of Kentucky Board of Education member according to law. And I do further solemnly swear or affirm that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within this state, nor out of it, nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons, nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending, so help me God. Ms. Bowling?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Leah, and welcome, Jamie.
Oh, thank you so much.
Every time I snicker about the fighting the duel, and then when I imagine Jamie Bowling doing it, it's like it's really adorable, actually. So
Actually, I dueled Mike quite a few times over having to be his IT person.
That's the actual image that comes to mind. Thank you so much.
In fact, I feel like I've been an ex facto member, only this time I'm fully dressed. I was usually in my bathrobe going, okay, I'll help you. Let me fix it.
Well, Jamie, it does feel like Old Home Week. And as we welcome you this morning to the State Board, I do want to take a moment to honor Mike. He was a beloved board member, and I know how much your family misses him. Like most of you on the board, I first met Mike Bowling when we all came together for the first time in December of 2019, after just having been appointed to the Kentucky Board of Education. I took an immediate liking to Mike. You're probably unsurprised by that, as he came over to introduce himself and ask about me. I would say that was something that I found consistently likable about Mike. He wanted to know more about and talk about the people around him more than about himself.
Yes.
You all will probably recall the lovely story Mike told at our first meeting about having been the child of the military and moving from school to school. I saw in the article that Tony's team did about Jamie that she mentioned that as well, and having found a real place to settle there in Middlesboro, Kentucky. Mm-hmm. It was obvious from that first encounter that Mike valued and appreciated public education, and it was clear that he was a passionate advocate for all Kentucky kids. So as we welcome you this morning, Jamie, and thank you for your willingness to pick up the mantle of responsibility left for you by Mike, I'd like us all to take a moment to remember him and the valuable insight into our discussions and decisions he generously provided. Mike will be greatly missed. Thank you, everyone, and welcome, Jamie. If you'd like to say anything, feel free to, but we've all got the IT images in our mind. So Jacqueline Coleman's dad told her once that Mike, when Mike was in the General Assembly, every time he had a question about education and had to vote, he called you first. So I don't know.
I had to lobby him hard on a few issues. I'm very happy and honored to fulfill his seat. I know how much he would have wanted me to do it, but more than that, I think it's so important that if our children from Southeastern Kentucky get a voice on the board, then I would have been wrong not to.
Oh.
So I'm honored. I've always worked hard for children. It's been a passion of mine for many years, and I feel like this was just a natural step to take, and I'm very honored to be here.
Oh, well, thank you so much. A warm, warm welcome, a COVID kind of hug for you this morning.
Okay.
We're really glad you round our team.
I do want to say how much Mike thought of each and every one of you, and he would have been so touched this morning by your words.
Oh,
thank you. Thank you so much for honoring him. He was a larger than life person, and he has left a large void for us.
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
Yes. Well, but thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Meredith, let's go ahead and call the roll, please.
Absolutely. Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I'm present.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, present.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth, present.
Jamie Bowling.
This is Jamie Bowling. I am present.
Elvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson. I am present.
Cody Polly Johnson. Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I am present.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I am present.
Sharon Robinson.
This is Sharon Robinson. I am present.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I am present.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I am present.
Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman. President Aaron Thompson.
Aaron Thompson, I'm present.
Soliana Mesfin.
This is Soliana Mesfin. I am present.
Allison Sloan.
This is Allison Sloan, and I am present.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Meredith, and good morning again, everyone. Meredith, are we okay on any tech issues? Can we proceed?
We can proceed. I believe that the camera feed is visible on the live feed. There are some glitches in Teams, and so if at any point you do not see a board member, feel free to send me a message and we'll make sure that someone can see them. But you also can turn your camera off and on. That seems to reset. So at various points during the meeting, you may want to just go ahead and camera off, camera on. But I think we are okay to proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Keep me posted if we need to make any adjustments. At this time, we'll turn our attention to internal board business, starting with the approval of summary minutes for February 3rd, 2021, regular meeting, and April 2nd, 2021, a meeting of the awards committee. The minutes for those meetings, those two meetings, were distributed to you in advance. Are there any corrections to any of those minutes? If not, do I have a motion for approval?
Hearing none, I'm moved to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do we have a second?
Holly Bloodworth, second.
Excellent. Thank you. Any further discussion? All right. Thanks to Meredith and team for pulling those minutes together. Meredith, if you would, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt. My vote's yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Aldous Johnson,
Aldous Johnson, yes.
Cody Johnson, Patrice McCrary,
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
Okay, Chair, all members have voted.
Thank you. And Meredith, I'm on autopilot, but it doesn't appear to be advancing. So I don't know if that's one more tech gremlin this morning or not, but I can certainly advance it on my own on the portal. The next item on the agenda is discussion and approval of the recipient of the Karam Award for Excellence in Education Policy. I'd like to turn it over to Awards Committee Chair, Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Chair Young. I have the best committee on the planet. Being able to chair the awards committee, our members, Claire Batt, Lou Young, Soliana Mesfin, and we get to see some of the best that is going on in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Today, I am going to be discussing the Karam Award for Excellence in Education Policy. This award is given in recognition of former Kentucky Board of Education member David Karam, who served on the Kentucky Board of Education from 2009 through 2016. He served for 33 years in the Kentucky State Senate and is chair of the Senate Education Committee. During his tenure in the Kentucky General Assembly, Karam championed the passage of the Kentucky Education Reform Act, or as we call it, KERA, and he led the efforts for the 4% school tax levy by school districts. This award is given in the spring of each year to state policymakers, education leaders, or citizens who have made notable state-level contributions to the improvement of Kentucky's public education system. Criteria for this award includes demonstrated leadership in policy development, passage or implementation resulting in increased educational opportunities for students, improved educational, post-secondary, or workforce outcomes for students, or increased capacity of teachers or school staff to better meet the academic, social, or emotional needs of Kentucky students. On behalf of the Awards Committee, I would like to share that the committee met last week on April 2nd and determined that candidate 3 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidate 3 as the recipient of the Kentucky Board of Education Karam Award for Excellence in Education Policy, and ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidate 3 at the board's upcoming June regular meeting.
Thank you so much, Mrs. McCrary, and to the whole committee team. Since this recommendation comes from the committee, it does not require a second. So unless you have questions for Patrice, which we likely can't answer, we'll move to a roll call vote. Any questions for Patrice? All right, Meredith, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
This is Claire Batt, yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Oh, you were muted, Mrs.
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Aldous Johnson.
Aldous Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Cody Johnson. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
Chair, all members have voted.
All right, thank you again, team. Look forward to revealing who that is. Next item of internal board business is item C, appointment of the State Evaluation Appeals Panel, SEAP members. This panel is a panel of 3 voting KBE members who review and decide appeals from local school district staff regarding their performance evaluations. Pursuant to KRS 156.557, the panel does not have jurisdiction relative to complaints involving the professional judgment conclusions of evaluations. Therefore, the SEAP's jurisdiction is limited to procedural matters already addressed by the local evaluation appeals panel related to the district's alleged failure to implement an evaluation plan as approved by the Kentucky Department of Education. I would like to appoint Dr. Sharon Robinson, Dr. Lee Todd, and Ms. Holly Bloodworth to serve on the SEAP panel. We have reached out to them, and the 3 of them have graciously agreed to serve on that panel. And at this time, I would appreciate a motion to approve these appointments, please.
Chair Young, this is Patrice McCrary. I move that we approve these individuals for this.
Excellent. Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Do we have a second?
This is Joanne Adams, second.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions or further discussion on this item before we call the roll? All right, thank you. And thank you so much to the 3 of you for agreeing to serve. We appreciate your time and your insight in that process. Meredith, would you please call the roll?
Joanne Adams,
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt,
Claire Batt, yes.
Holly Bloodworth,
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Jamie Bowling,
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Alvis Johnson,
Elvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary,
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Cody Johnson, Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes and say thank you.
Okay, all members have voted.
All right, the next item on the agenda is what we've been doing now for several meetings, and that is to take action to suspend committee meetings. Although standing committee meetings are established within the KBE policy manual, due to teleconferencing limitations and simply for efficiency of today's meeting, I would ask the board once again to entertain a motion to suspend standing committee meetings as we have done in the past. All agenda items today will be heard as full board items as a result. Do we have a motion to suspend standing committee meetings?
This is Claire Batt, and I make the motion to suspend the committee meetings.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batt. Do we have a second?
Jamie Bowling, I'll second that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bowling. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. If you would, Meredith, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams,
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt,
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth,
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Jamie Bowling,
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Alvis Johnson,
Elvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary,
Patrice McCrary votes yes.
Randy Poe,
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson,
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd,
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All members have voted.
Thank you so much, Meredith. Next item, always our favorite, is the good news item report. I believe Tony is going to share her screen. And once that's up, first up, I believe, is Dr. Poe.
Can you all let me know if you see that?
Looks great, Tony.
Perfect.
Yeah, I have the pleasure of talking about the staff well-being sessions. So in response to the 2020 Impact Kentucky Working Conditions Survey results and the impact on the pandemic and educators, the Division of Student Success offered 5 learning sessions on educator well-being, moving staff well-being to the top of the agenda. More than 300 administrators representing nearly every county in Kentucky attended a session. The post-session survey highlighted an overwhelming positive response, with administrators saying they appreciated KDE for acknowledging the issue and providing a framework and strategies to assist. The administrators also expressed a desire for ongoing treatment, support, and resources in this area. As a 3-part follow-up series will be offered this summer, focused on adult social emotional learning, compassionate self-care, and implementing district and school systems, school-wide systems and processes through the lens of educator well-being.
Excellent, thank you, and congratulations on that work. Now, Mrs. Bowling.
Yes, I am here to talk about one of our students. 17-year-old Alex Miller is a senior at Garrett County High School. He made it through his first audition for American Idol. He started singing in his church and is very amazing and has just the most charming personality. The judges fell in love with him. Luke Bryan was so impressed with him that he got up and played a duet with Alex. And he said, "Alex, I don't care what happens on this show, I am going to take you to the Grand Ole Opry." And so Alex has been eliminated, but Luke has made true on his promise. He has invited Alex Miller to come sing on the stage of the Grand Ole Opry. So Alex is thrilled beyond words. He toured the Opry as a child, had his picture taken on the stage, and is just thrilled beyond words that his dream has come true. And he has already released his first single. Oh. He wrote it in middle school to tell his girlfriend he was finished with her. And get this, the name of his song is "I'm Over You, So You Get Over Me." That's it. At the end of the song, Luke Bryan stands up and joins the stage with him. So I had to do a show and tell. Sorry for the extra time.
No, I'm so glad you did it, and it was fun. It sure has been fun to watch that that show, knowing that he was on there while still in one of our high schools. It's amazing.
It's the second time. The Voice season 9, Jordan Smith won, and Jordan was from Harlan County, which is my neighboring county. Yeah. So we were all Team Jordan. And so it's just really great to see our students excel, not only academically, but to show the world the talent that we have.
Yeah, and they represent Kentucky so well. So
they certainly do.
Thank you so much. What a fun item.
Our kids.
All right, thank you very much. The next item is being shared by Ms. Holly Bloodworth.
Yes. Well, in January, some of the first doses of the COVID-19 vaccine arrived in Ballard County. But wouldn't you know that the nurse there was in quarantine? So they had the vaccines, and 2 of the 3-person staff was quarantined at that time. So in steps 2 of the nurses from the Ballard County schools, Peyton DeWeese and Jade Dodge. They were right there ready and willing to help administer those doses. So the Ballard County schools were very gracious since they were on a hybrid schedule to let those nurses assist with giving vaccines. The health department was thrilled, and they said that they plan to utilize them every time that they're available. And they really appreciated the school letting them help in that way. Dodge and DeWeese offer fine examples of a servant's heart, and their work highlights the importance of community partnerships and collaboration, said Angela McDonald, the education nurse consultant in KDE's Division of District Support. I'm so proud of the dedicated school nurses in Ballard County who graciously volunteered to provide desperately needed services to their community while their local health department nurses were in quarantine, she said. School nurses across the state are assisting with the vaccination process as well as performing contact tracing for their schools and districts, many on their own time. So thank you to those school nurses. I know it's been probably a really different time for you too, and we forget about all of those services that wrap around schools to make Kentucky schools the great place they are.
You're right, Holly, and thank you. Never let it be said that Kentucky school personnel don't do everything and whatever it takes above and beyond. In that photo, you'll see the superintendent of Ballard County, Casey Allen, getting a shot right there. So excellent. The next item comes from Ms. McCrary.
Thank you, Chair Young. If you'll notice on the screen, I get to highlight some near and dear to my heart individuals. I have been a National Board Certified teacher since 2002, and I recertified in 2012. So I understand the process completely, and I am thrilled to let everyone know that Kentucky recognized 82 teachers newly certified by the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards during a February 11th virtual ceremony. According to Peggy Brookins, the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards President and Chief Executive Officer, Kentucky had the 5th largest class of newly certified National Board certified teachers nationally. That's something of which to be very proud. These educators join more than 4,000 teachers across the Commonwealth who've gone through this highly reflective and transformative professional development, with over 600 of their colleagues currently pursuing certification. So we have another group working on this very thing. I have a comment or quote from Commissioner Glass. He said, "This process is rigorous, it's intense, it's challenging, and it's time consuming. The fact that you've all chosen to go through this process and that you've been awarded your National Board certification is proof enough that you're all exemplary education professionals." And I cannot agree with him more. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, NBPTS provided additional flexibilities for teachers who pursued this certification this year. So another group, as mentioned earlier, another group of NBCTs is expected to be announced in late February, according to, and that will add to Kentucky's total, Brookins said. With the help of Glass, Governor Andy Beshear, and Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman, Brookins praised the Commonwealth for establishing a, quote, landscape in Kentucky that values accomplished teaching. Last year, the Commonwealth had more new National Board certified teachers than 45 other states, she said. You've led the way with support and preparation, and you've done that through legislation as well, which we are certainly fortunate in that means. During the ceremony, Governor Beshear signed a proclamation designating February 11th as National Board Certified Teacher Day. These teachers are certainly to be commended for being willing to step up and take this extra initiative to be the best that they can be in the classroom for our children. So congratulations to these new NBPTS teachers.
Excellent. 82 more rock star NBC teachers across the Commonwealth. Carrying that theme forward, Dr. Robinson. And you may be muted.
Thank you. It's my great privilege to recognize Alyssa Keller, who is one of the 82 Kentucky educators recently recognized for completing National Board certification. Not only did these 82 educators from throughout the Commonwealth complete this really rigorous, challenging, reflective, and truly transformative professional development experience, but they did so while navigating dramatic changes in how education is being delivered because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Keller, who is a second grade teacher at Bick Elementary School here in Jefferson County, said at least 7 students in her grade have experienced the loss of a close family member during the pandemic. While she is unsure of the total number affected in the school, she knows several students have lost their primary caregiver and have had to face adjustments in their day-to-day life. It's been difficult for us as a team and school when our students are suffering, she said. We aren't able to care for students the way that we would during a normal school year. We can't give them hugs or provide that same type of support. Keller began searching for a tangible way to show her students that she was thinking of them, ultimately deciding to help put together a monthly drive-through to deliver care packages to them. Along with fun items like snacks and books and toys, school staff also provided dry erase markers, notebooks, headphones, and other items students needed to be successful in their studies. Keller spoke with families and students before the drive-throughs to better understand what materials would be needed. This helped to build our school community because the kids drove up and got to see us at a safe distance, she said. They would see our principal and other administrators who would greet every family and let them know we missed them. Students know they can count on teachers to know their needs and to meet them, Keller said. This is truly a dedicated educator who is highly skilled and very caring for our students.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Robinson. Such creativity and ingenuity to meet kids' needs. Teachers always step up. And then our last announcement for today comes from Soliana.
Yes, so students and Go Teach ambassadors play a vital role with Commissioner's virtual listening tour. So the Commissioner of Education, Jason E. Glass's virtual listening tour kicked off March 25th with a special session for KDE staff. These sessions are designed to gather input on long-term aspiration for the Commonwealth's education system. 9 sessions will be held across the state through May 6th, one in coordination with each cooperative region and one in Louisville. The first public session was held just last night. The sessions will be in the evening and will last approximately 90 minutes and feature breakout rooms facilitated by Kentucky high school students, Go Teach KY ambassadors, and Team KDE staff. The questions will be focused on several key areas such as teaching, learning, engagement, mental health, testing, equity, civics, and career and technical education. We would like to thank our students and Go Teach KY ambassadors for their dedication to hearing from Kentucky's residents about what the future of the Commonwealth's education system looks like. If you're interested in learning more about these virtual town hall sessions or sign up to attend one, please visit the KDE website. And I would just like to send a thank you to the whole KDE team for allowing students to be a part of this, and not only the loudest students, but incorporating cultural student-led organizations and local community-based student organizations and leading this effort. And the students have had so much fun with it, and everything we're doing is so great. So I want to send a big thanks to Tony and the whole KDE team for setting this up.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Soliana. I heard you crushed it last night. So I'm looking forward. I'm signed up for 2 tours. Can't wait to hear it and can't wait to see you guys in action. All right. So thank you. Everybody just wallow in that good news for a minute. And what a tough spot for the next item on our agenda, for a report from our friend and colleague, President of the Council on Post-Secondary Education, Dr. Aaron Thompson. Sandwiched right in there after all the good news.
Well, it's just not fair, Chair. I want to actually come after some bad news so I can sound good. First of all, I want to welcome Jamie on board. Jamie, another Southeastern Kentucky person. It's good to have a home person here, even though you're not from the best county there. You're from a pretty good county, so good to have you on board.
Watch it.
Yeah. Well, it's good, Chair Young, to be a part of this meeting this morning. I'm sure Amanda has done a better job than I could ever have done sitting in these meetings, but I want to give you a quick update on what's going on with CPE. As some of you have read, we received a $2.1 million grant from James Graham Brown Foundation to house what is going to be a really unique collaborative around student success. Now, this is going to serve the entirety of the state, but it's the first one in the country like this. I'm always glad to have Kentucky first in many things, but it would serve both 2- and 4-year institutions. There are some that's similar to this that serves 2-year institutions, but we're going to be really focused heavily on both. And it's designed, as you all know, the campaign of closing equity gaps, improving graduation rates, improving retention rates, and so on. If you've seen our latest data, you see that once again, we're doing pretty good as far as where we were at. We're close to most of our 4-year campuses are at an 80% retention rate. Our graduation rates have gone up. We've closed gaps tremendously with our underrepresented minority population groups. Our latest educational attainment numbers up 17% in the last 5 years and up 34% with our underrepresented minorities. We're one of the states, if not leading, close to the top of closing ed attainment gaps with our at least underrepresented minority populations while raising overall attainment. And we have a ways to go with our adult learners and with our low income. And so we're working heavily on that, and this collaborative will go to assist that. So I want to really thank James Graham Brown. This is the largest kind of gift they've given for this. As a matter of fact, I don't think they've ever given anything in this area. So this is going to be an experiment that works, I promise. We just came out of our annual Student Success Summit, but this year is a little bit different because we included a Gear Up. So we made it a P20 Summit, if you want to call it that. We did all we could do with our Zoom. It was 500 plus people involved in this conversation. And we had a lot of great speakers. I won't go over all their names, but we were focused heavily on this P20 continuum, how we make sure that we fill those potholes that I talk about all the time. And we had all kinds of folks there from P12 as well as higher ed administrators, as well as faculty and staff. So that was a very successful event for us last week. We also received a $50,000 grant from the State Higher Education Executive Officers, a group that I belong to, that I'm on the executive board of, that to really work on making sure we get the message out that students have an opportunity to go to our colleges, in some cases free. So it was the Work Ready Scholarship. And some of you know we had Nappy Roots, Be Still on there. And this really generated a lot of leads and also enrollment. So when I did my listening tour almost 3 years ago, now it's hard, it's catching up, that we found out only about 3% of those 3,000 people I talked with had any idea that we had a work-ready scholarship that would pay for an associate degree. So we got that message out and it's working. the governor and lieutenant governor and those folks were kind enough to give us some money to really look at how we know there's going to be learning loss. We know that there's going to be some things that we have to catch up with. So we have put out a competitive grant process from some monies the governor gave us out in this next round of GEAR funding to really do bridge programming, to make sure that our students have a way in an academy sort of way, or bridge sort of way, to bridge this K-12 to higher ed, whereby when they go into the fall, they will have an opportunity to have a leg up, even not just just an even leg. This is a strong equity push, as you all know, and I'm sure you know these data, that bridge programming has proven to be one of the most effective tools for closing gaps. So we have gotten that competitive grant out there. We should get all these great proposals back in a couple of weeks, and we'll be sending this money out. This is also open to our private institutions. And the Commonwealth Continuum is going forward and going forward fast. I mean, we established 3 new work groups that will be making recommendations to improve that pipeline. I call it, as Lou can tell you, it's the pipeline, pathways, process, and potholes. And it's our job to understand how each of those really go to improve higher students not only going into higher ed, but being successful with a credential of some sort. So it is about us filling those gaps, those potholes. So we have those 3 work groups. The commissioner is co-leading with someone on one work group. The lieutenant is co-leading with someone on another work group. But the transition to post-secondary education, my partner is our own chair, Dr. Lou Young, who's going to be doing all the work, by the way. I understand that at our next meeting, I'm booked with something, so you're really going to have to work hard, Lou. We really think this is working. This continuum has really generated a lot of excitement and a lot of hope. And so we're not just going to have these meetings just to have the meetings. We're going to be looking for ways to accomplish a whole lot in the length of time we have. And by December, we're hoping to have some really good stuff out there. So the last statement I'll give you, there's so much more, but I have a president's meeting after this. So Amanda will be taking my place here soon. We have our next full meeting of the Council on Post-Secondary Education on April 15th and 16th. Commissioner Glass obviously is one of our board members, and he, like me, shows up when we can. But, this is really going to be where we set our tuition, where we're doing a lot of things around that. The 4 priorities I have. One of those priorities will be, has been around affordability, and I'm proud to say we, in the last couple of years, had the lowest tuition in the history of the organization. Well, I'm shooting for even a lower one than that. So last year was a 0.7. We think it is important, whether it's perceived that you can't go to college or you actually can't go through and make it through because of money. We've got to combat this. So I want to thank the governor's office and the legislature for this time around funding higher education for the first time, want to say, in 13 years. So we're happy with that, and this is really going to go a long way. In the write-up, I've got some dates that you can look at to attend if you want to come to one of our meetings. If you want to be really overjoyed to see us in action, we invite you to do that. So, Chair Young, if people, I'm happy to take any questions, but that's my report.
Thank you so much. Any questions for President Thompson?
I see Dr. Poe has his hand raised.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Dr. Poe. Go ahead. And you're still muted, Randy.
There we go.
Got it.
First, I just want to commend you and Dr. Thompson on some great work. I think the Kentucky Continuum is excellent. As you well know, that's my daytime passion up here in Northern Kentucky. I also love the fact that the 3 things that you talked about, the potholes and so forth, but a lot of those potholes are being filled. So I do appreciate hearing the positive remarks that you gave that, because I think that plays into what we're doing on K-12 education. You know, there is work for us to do, but I think a lot of those stats and those things, it's student success by design as we continue. So I'm glad to hear some of those positive things, because from some other groups and other things, we hear some negative things and so forth. As you well know, we've had the dialogue. You've been our presenters up here, or you've been our presenter helping us with our 3-to-1 design work. So want to thank you on that, and just want to continue hearing those positive things from the continuum as they come forward, because I think that that we have there's been potholes, but we are filling potholes. We've got more potholes to fill, but it is great to hear those positives versus negative. And I would like to somewhere, I know that we have, either KDE has, or I know you have, some of the things that we have on dual credit and our dual credit and our retention rates, and how dual credit, if we expand dual credit, helps with post-secondary of knocking down walls, but also those greater completion rates. So I'd like to, hear about some of those things as the Kentucky continuum, moves forward. If we could also get that data, the commissioners on there, and I know Lou Young, but I'd like to get some of that data from you all as that continues to roll out, because as you said, we don't all have time to sit in on all those different meetings. So thank you again. Appreciate hearing all those positives, and looking forward to that continued work.
Thank you, Randy. I want to say a couple of quick things if I could, Lou, not to take up any more time. But Randy, you're right. What you, Henry, and other folks are doing in Northern Kentucky, you're filling the potholes in many ways before they get to us. And the relationship you're having with post-secondary there is exactly some of the things that we need to be replicating across Kentucky. And y'all probably seen the report we just put out on dual credit, the first one that's been done like this, because we finally had enough data. And we found out that it really had an extraordinary effect on college success for underrepresented minorities. Unbelievable so. And what we're finding is that we've got to get more of our low income and underrepresented minorities in those dual credits. We have to do those relationships with the post-secondary and K-12 to fill those potholes long before. And you all are doing that. And so I appreciate that statement too, Randy. It's our hope to look at, yes, our new baseline. We're going to celebrate what we've done, but it is about how then we can keep moving, right? Continuously improve. So I really appreciate your statement.
Excellent. Thank you so much, President Thompson. And I've particularly enjoyed the work on the Commonwealth Education Continuum. Several of our members had expressed a desire to include more folks, and that has just happened. We've expanded membership through work groups that Aaron mentioned that have included like 40 to 50 more people involved in the process. So it's been a process with integrity, and the work is timely and very relevant to the work of this state board as well. So thanks for your leadership and all that you're doing. I was going to joke something about CPE folks sitting around with their feet up, but that clearly is not happening. So.
Only for me. Everybody else is working. I'm just sitting around, right?
I know better. I've seen your schedule. Thank you so much. The next report item on our agenda is on behalf of the Secretary of Education and Workforce Development and Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman, and I believe Susan Reber is with us for that report. And Susan, if you are in, you may be muted. Oh. So still muted there. Looks like you may be stuck. That has happened to me before, Susan. Not sure why. If you want to work on that, I'm happy to come back to this. If somebody will support Susan in unmuting her mic there. Give that another second, see if there's anybody who can jump to her rescue. All right, Meredith, we'll keep working on that. And Susan, thank you. We'll go on to the next item to Jason and then come right back to you. Hopefully we'll have that worked out by the time we just flip-flop those reports. So Commissioner Glass, please, if you would, share brief updates on the status of the U.S. Department of Ed accountability waiver, and several other items on your list there. I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have a presentation to share with you. So if that could be shared on the screen. Meredith, are you able to share our presentation?
I believe Tony has that, so we are working on that.
Okay.
Technology brand.
Those will be the slides. Yeah, there you go.
There we go.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, I'll start by just informing you of some new KBE staff that we have that have joined us since your last meeting, and we look forward to the opportunity for you to meet them in person. Casey Chafin joined in the Office of Legal Services, Cecilia Van Dyke in the Office of Finance and Operations, Jamie Nebbit in the Office of Continuous Improvement and Support, and Brittany Sams in the Office of Special Education and Early Learning. So again, we look forward to getting to meet them in person sooner than later. We have kept your boardroom here ready to go when the time comes that you're able to come back. In spite of requests from President Thompson to convert it into a bourbon tasting room, we have rejected those and instead kept it available for you. So we're ready to receive you board when you come back. Next slide, please. Oops. Well, I have, while this is up here, I'll inform you just on a couple of other things. We do have we did request an accountability waiver, so I'll update you on that. The state's waiver for request for accountability, school identification and reporting requirements in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, ESEA, for the 2020-21 school year has been submitted to US Ed. The waiver is meant to address the extraordinary situation stemming from the extended and widespread school closures due to the COVID-19 pandemic and support the advancement of student academic achievement by maintaining the integrity of our accountability system. By waiving school accountability, we will avoid concerns and doubts about the comparability of accountability determinations across and between years or within years. So we'll await word back from US Ed on the status of that waiver, but I think we're going to be just fine. And I want to turn things over to Meredith Brewer now, just on a communications review and update, just a procedural update for the board on how we handle correspondence. So Meredith, if you could step in.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to reiterate our communications plan for all KBE correspondence, as I know you all receive frequent emails from constituents. To make sure that we have accurate and consistent responses. I don't know what there's lots of beeping here. To make sure that we have accurate and consistent responses, please forward any emails that you receive to me and I will coordinate a response. You may wish to respond to the sender and let them know that you did receive the email and explain that KBE staff will follow up on any issues that are raised. And I will ensure that the staff response is disseminated to all board members who received the original email. We have had situations where members have been blind carboned on emails, and so I'm unaware that they received them. So if at any point you're unsure if a response has been sent, please do send it to me and I will forward the response or make sure that one is sent.
All right, thanks so much, Meredith. I have a couple of updates from the School for the Deaf, the School for the Blind, and our ATCs. The school, KSB and KSD, have reopened for in-person instruction beginning on March 1st, so they've been underway for a little over a month now. Families were provided the option of continuing virtual instruction or returning to school for in-person instruction, and around 72% of students on both campuses returned for the in-person instruction, where around 29% of students continue with the virtual option. Both of the schools are using a synchronous approach to teach all students, so both in-person and virtual modes. And the department has hired a digital learning coach using our ESSER funds provided to KSB and KSD to provide support to both schools. So there's an update on the KSB and KSD, and shifting to the ATCs. At this point, 37 of our ATCs are operating on a hybrid schedule, while 14 are operating face-to-face. ATCs continue working on remediation plans for students, which provide targeted interventions, including one-on-one supports. Presently, ATC students are completing industry certification and end-of-program assessments to prepare them for post-secondary education and career opportunities. February last month, or 2 months ago now, was National Career Technical Education Month, designed to highlight CTE achievements across the country. And throughout the month, the KDE Office of Career and Technical Education shared student accomplishment to celebrate Kentucky CTE students. So there's an update on the School for the Deaf and the School for the Blind and our ATCs. Shifting gears now, yesterday we had our first stop on our virtual listening tour. 9 sessions will be held across the state through May 6th. And actually, because of some of the technical difficulties that we had last night with our first stop in Louisville, we're adding another date for Louisville to make up for anyone that wasn't able to attend, get into that first session last night, and also inviting all of those individuals that they can attend any listening session that's available in the state. They don't have to be within their region. We're adding that and also reaching out to let everyone know that they can attend any of those meetings. The sessions are in the evening. They last approximately 90 minutes, and they feature breakout rooms facilitated by Kentucky high school students, including our very own Soliana Mesfin as one of our facilitators and our team KDE staff. I've been so excited to hear directly from our education stakeholders across the state with an effort to evoke and hear personal stories about their own educational experiences, what great learning was, what great engagement was, what great teaching was, and gather that together in that effort to meet one of the goals that you set for me, which is to conduct a listening tour across the state, hear perspectives from Kentuckians on where we should go with education in the Commonwealth. So the feedback received from the tour will help inform that strategic plan and the priorities that you put forth as a Board of Education. And so we're working toward that goal that you set for the board and for me. We continue, shifting gears again, we continue working with the Center for Innovation in Education, which is Gene Wilhoit's group, to explore new approaches to education and assessment. This was also another priority that the board established, to work on assessments that engaged students in deeper thinking and deeper learning. So we've recruited and have secured agreements to participate in that effort from a representative sample of districts across the state. All of them that we invited agreed to participate, so we're excited about that. And those districts will assist us in the design and pilot of next generation student assessment. So we've got a lot of work to do here, but it's an exciting endeavor that's underway. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your support and leadership in that. Throughout the process, the board's commitment to equity remains our keystone as we strive to ensure all students in Kentucky have an opportunity to learn, thrive, and be successful. And now, at long last, I want to bring up that strategic dashboard slide one more time. And I'm going to cover a couple of items on here just to make you aware of it, and I'll pause and just invite some feedback on this. So another one of the goals that you established for me was to create a strategic dashboard. And when I hear the term dashboard, I think of the car and just a few limited indicators that are on that dashboard to tell you how things are going. So this is not for accountability purposes other than to hold ourselves accountable and look at the state of education in Kentucky and how we're making progress over time. So we've divided the indicators into 2 groups, and thanks to Karen Dodd and her team that have worked a lot on this, and the support and collaboration from KY Stats in helping us with this. But we've got 2 groups of indicators that you see are here, academic and non-academic indicators. So on the academic side, what we're looking at is using NAEP scores from the 4th and 8th grade reading and math. NAEP, of course, is a national exam, so we've got good benchmarking data that we can look at other states. and where Kentucky falls in relation to those. Looking at a proficiency gap, so in grades 3 and 8 in reading and math, looking at different subgroups of students and how they compare, so those achievement gaps or proficiency gaps, again using NAEP scores. ACT in language arts and math, benchmarking against the 14 other states that also use ACT statewide. Dual credit and advanced placement, access to those courses, and the number of students who successfully complete them. So we're looking at both who has access to these early college credit opportunities and who is completing them. Graduation rates, post-secondary readiness, and we have a special placeholder here around universal skills. So this is to say that at some point in the future, we want to have these measures of higher order thinking in place. We don't have presently a measure to get at those, but we want to leave a seat at the table because we think that these are really important and they're increasingly becoming more important as the world shifts and time moves forward. So we want to leave that placeholder there for these universal skills of creativity, complex reasoning, problem solving, collaboration, those sorts of skills. Shifting to the non-academic indicators, and I'll just ask that you hold your thoughts and questions for just a minute. I'll go through these, and then I want to, again, open it up to you just for some feedback and dialogue on these. We're looking at teacher self-efficacy and school climate, gathering data from the Kentucky Impact Survey of teachers. We know that teacher self-efficacy and school climate have powerful impacts on student outcomes and student achievement, and so we're looking at measuring those using that Kentucky Impact Kentucky survey data. Equitable access to quality educators, looking at how the experience levels of our educators and the diversity levels of our educators. And I know that relates to a priority that you have, board. So we're looking at measuring that using staffing data from across the Commonwealth. Chronic student disengagement and looking at that through chronic absenteeism and out of school suspensions, which we would hold up as evidence of serious disengagement if a student is chronically absent or out of being suspended from school. Financial equity, so looking at per pupil instruction, spending in title versus non-title schools and what the differences in spending in those are. Again, we recognize that that it requires more resources to educate students that come from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. So what is the spread of that spending in Kentucky, and is it enough? And also a seat at the table for measuring student engagement. There are a number of ways to measure student engagement. The Gallup Student Poll is perhaps the most prominent of those, but that's based on a set of research around measuring student engagement. And there have been lots of correlational studies looking at student engagement and positive outcomes for students. So we're leaving a seat at the table on this side to measure student engagement at some point in the future as we think about ways that we could gather this information going forward. So board, I am going to pause there and invite feedback and constructive criticism on this dashboard in thinking that we will bring it back to you at your next meeting for approval as our strategic dashboard set of measures.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner. Board members, I'll be looking for hands raised over there, or feel free to unmute. You will recall that in the fall, we started talking about one of the things we asked Dr. Glass to do was to bring us some initial emergent looks at how we would measure success. How will we know as a board and as a state that the success measures that we all value are in place in the system? Just for example, the notion of universal 21st century essential skills as identified from a Kentucky Portrait of a Graduate. Near and dear to my heart. I know several of you, I remember Claire eloquently talking about this when Jean was with us that day last spring. It's been about a year ago. And figuring out ways that we can use this dashboard to take control of our own measures of success. So I'd love to see how it's unfolding. So I have Patrice, followed by Sharon, followed by Aaron, and I'll keep monitoring the raised hands. Mrs. McCrary.
Yes, thank you, Chair Young. I understand, Commissioner Glass, the universal skills segment is a placeholder at this point in time, but we have been severely underfunded for years now for our gifted and talented program. So do we foresee through some of the additional funding that we're going to receive from the federal government, for any of that money to go into the gifted and talented program to meet some of these needs?
Do you mean the ESSER funding, the COVID relief funding?
Yes, or any funding that we can get our hands on, because we have it's been a pretty long dry spell.
Yeah, well, there's nothing that's specifically earmarked for GT students, gifted, talented students, that's in ESSER, although districts certainly could use those funds to create programs at the district level for extended day, extended year, supplemental services, additional programs, hire staff to support GT students or students with disabilities or special needs. So with the supplement that we provided from the Kentucky Department of Education and the ESSER 2 funds, we actually incentivized and encouraged districts to spend dollars on direct services to students. So those things that are creating experiences for students or services that are going directly to students. So there's nothing specific in the ESSER funds that direct or support gifted and talented services, but that would be an allowable use for those funds.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Robinson.
Commissioner Glass, I want to really commend you for taking to heart our really rather challenging aspiration to create a dashboard that gets at things that really matter. And I want to recognize that everything that you've proposed is not necessarily easy to measure. So we're going to challenge ourselves to come to consensus on what is the evidence that we will consider valid and reliable evidence to judge our progress relative to some of these measures. And I want to encourage my fellow board members to continue thinking about that important question of evidence and challenge ourselves to make this dashboard the subject of local conversations as we hold ourselves accountable for all of our students with respect to some of these measures. I hope further that we will consider this dashboard really organic and that we will be challenging ourselves to clarify, refine the articulation of the things that we really care about and the things that really make a difference in student learning. So I thank you for this initial draft of the work in progress that you are engaged with our colleagues at KBE. And I really appreciate that, as measurement people, I mean, rules are really important and definitions are really important. And the reliability of our measurement technology is like really important. But it's also important to go where we haven't yet invented the tools or articulated the measures, because we're trying to help bring to light things that really matter and challenge ourselves in the work ahead. So thank you for this draft of the work in progress and look forward to continuing this important conversation.
Well, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I share your excitement around measuring these universal skills or core competencies. One of the struggles is determining what's the right thing to call them, but we all know that they're really, really important. And it is important that we develop measures around them. Sometimes we get into when constructing these, we tend to focus on only adding the things that we have existing measures for. And so that's a trap, I think, that we're letting our measures define our aspirations rather than having our aspirations define our measures. So this is an effort to push through that. We know that we've got difficult work ahead, but it's the right work.
Excellent. Thank you. That might be a pothole. Speaking of which, I'll turn it over to Dr. Thompson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Glass, first of all, I appreciate the metrics you have here. I mean, the post-secondary readiness and the universal skills I call them employability skills. I call them essential skills because that's what they are. Yeah, but these are one and the same in many cases, right? Post-secondary and so on. And we are in the process of measuring those. So we see ourselves as being your partner here and helping to do that, as you all know. And as we think about dual credit, and as we think about on the other column, those items that are not academic, because so much of what we think of in post-secondary that's been ready aren't the academic piece that we get lost in sometimes. It's the ability to know how to learn and know where to go about finding the information you need to learn. And it's not necessarily what is showing on any standardized test in many cases. So the idea of having those on there, I would hope we find the space for it soon. The other thing too, as Dr. Young just referred to, the idea that some of these items do lead to us recruiting more people of color in the education workforce. I mean, these things are connected, right? How we do our dual credit and advanced placement is crucial. How we weed people in instead of weed people out and then put them in that pipeline. So I just want to wholeheartedly say that, we offer up our partnership with you as you start defining what those metrics look like. But we're a long way in defining quantitatively even though there are a lot of qualitative inputs on those universal skills, you call it, and our employability skills. So just say I'm glad to see it. I'm glad the focus is on equity. I'm glad the focus is on understanding the baseline we need to build off of. So I'm your partner in this.
Thank you, Dr. Thompson. We're grateful for that and excited about this work with you.
Yay, thank you again. And now I'll turn it over to Dr. Poe.
Yeah, I just want to echo a couple things there that Dr. Robinson and Dr. Thompson had talked about. I think on the dashboard, the only things that I would additionally like to see, I think we've seen a lot of outputs there. What I'd like to see is some formative opportunities also to be considered. For example, the last time we did accountability, we talked about opportunity and access. So, and then as a department, we said those things were too hard to measure, so we dropped them, as you said, because there weren't measurements. So I liked what you said, that you're willing to explore additional areas there, because we know that sometimes those outcomes are going to be determined by the access and opportunity that we provide kids. And you talked about it, the difference between Title I and the others. The other thing I also want to say, and those universal skills that we talk about, essential skills, are the other things. A lot of times, we get into the 4 C's and the different things like that. I think, NKU had a good thing in their student by design. As opposed to the ACT scores, because that's what we're looking at, is what are we developing in those dispositions of our students, hope, well-being, and grit. We know that those are greater determinants for that post-secondary success, and also building those entrepreneurship type of opportunities that Dr. Lee Todd has always talked about there. So I'd like to see some of those in there as opposed to just communication and the other things. Those are all important, but if we're not developing our students whole self, and then I think that outputs are always going to be outputs, and we never change the processes to get better outputs. So I do like the fact that we're willing to explore new opportunities, even though that and I think current assessment is already there. The thing is are we willing to pick it up and move forward with it and hold ourselves accountable to it?
Thank you very much, Dr. Poe. I think one thing that came to mind as you were speaking is some of the next steps or future work around this. I've done a lot of work in thinking from the deliverology perspective, which is establishing this sort of dashboard is an important part, but then so is the development of leading indicators. What are the things that you put in place that measure your progress along the way that you logically think will have an impact on these? And then what's the accountability and inputs and effort around that? So there's a whole logical chain from input measures to process measures that if we really don't attend attend to those, why would we expect the output measures to change? So I think that this is one look. We want to look at the outcomes as part of this, but we really have to consider the whole endeavor.
Sure. And just as a follow-up to that, and I'll then be quiet, is, just the example of that is Dr. Tucker Woods, had his presentation there on equity and access. And then the last one followed that up with great interventions. If we provided these opportunities and these access points for our students through summer remediation and so forth, the remediation turns into enrichment. And I think that's a great example of how suggestions that the department can help districts in leading forward, because the presentation that he did in Northern Kentucky was great. And my thing is if we measured those, if districts actually measured those with their ESSER monies, they're going to see that they should be changing some of their instructional practices in the fall based on what they would be doing in the summer. So I just applaud that particular effort, and I just want to give a shout out to Dr. Tucker Woods in those recommendations for how to use some of that summer ESSER money. And I think that's an example of what, if we can do those things moving forward, we're going to have better students by design, as NKU says.
Thank you so much, Randy. I'm digging this conversation. I have a couple more I'm going to join in too. Soliana, followed by Lee.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I just have a just like a little suggestion, but I do commend Dr. Glass for this dashboard. But in the non-academic section of, I think student engagement was one I'd like to add also family and community engagement, because at the end of the day, if you do have families and community members and overall loved ones in tune with the education that their child or student is receiving, then in turn it will better their education and just provide that overall support that is very much needed. So I will advocate for family engagement as well.
Well, excellent point. And there's also an existing body of research around that concept and how it can be measured. A lot of it's come through Harvard, so we've got a place that we can go to work on that. Thank you for that suggestion. And I know Karen Dodd is listening in here, so we'll go to work on the addition of that on the non-academic indicator side.
All right. Thank you, oh wise one, Mesfin. Dr. Todd.
Thank you. Commissioner, I don't know if you're familiar with the Kerwin Commission in Maryland.
Sure, absolutely. Yes.
Well, Britt Kerwin is a Kentuckian. I don't know if you know him well or not, but his father was president of the UK some years ago. And Britt's been the chancellor of the Maryland system, but he's personally taken on a fight to try to raise money for, education. And I've got a call with him later this week. And he and I served on this higher education forum it's called the Business Higher Education Forum. For about 10 years. And that's where you begin to see the companies like Pfizer and Humana and others say, we need some essential skills with these kids. And they were really putting the pressure more on higher education than they were in the K-12 or P-12 area. But I think it's getting to that point now. And I was going to ask Brett if they have really done anything at the higher education group that would help with this thing that you and Aaron are trying to put together, this continuum, because that's something they've been begging for quite a while. So I'll be back to you, but I'm glad you're aware of his effort. He's an outstanding Kentuckian and really has a very strong interest in what happens here. So maybe he can be of some benefit.
Excellent. Thanks so much. I'll do some research, and if you can support that connection, we'd be grateful for that.
Yeah, good thing.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much. I don't see any more hands raised right now, but everyone, I appreciate engaging in this conversation. Such a timely and important topic. And I love seeing how Dr. Glass and his team, thank you so much, Karen and team, for taking that ask and putting it so deftly into motion. I did want to add, Jason, that you should all have received an invitation to the graduation ceremonies For KSD and KSB on Wednesday, May 26th, I'm planning to attend. We are the Board of Education for our two schools and would love to have you join us if you're available. KSD in Danville is at 2 o'clock that afternoon, and KSB in Louisville is at 6:30. So just let me or Jason or Meredith know if you're planning to attend. We'd love to have you there. All right, thank you so much. And many thanks to the persistent Susan Reaper, who's been trying to get in. And I believe we have her at least by phone. I see you're glowing on Teams. That's always a good sign. So welcome, Susan.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly.
Wonderful. Thank you. And I apologize. I've had to join by phone as it's not working on my computer. I just wanted to give a quick update on behalf of the Lieutenant Governor, who is not feeling particularly well this morning. We had been working with the governor and CHFS Friskies on our Gear 2 application, which we announced, I believe, a week and a half ago. Dr. Thompson talked about a portion of that funding that's going to the summer bridge programs that are both at our public and private institutions. And we're really excited to see some of the creative ideas that they come back with about engaging those bridge students and working through this new, I hate the phrase, the new normal that we're working with, but getting kids engaged in that transition to higher education. But I would like to give you a little update on the other portion of the Gear 2, which is working with our Frisky centers and providing support and wraparound services for our K through 12 and early childhood students through $15 million in Gear 2 funding. So we identified 3 particular segments that we wanted our Friskies centers to focus on, and those are early childhood supports, child care supports, and mental health supports. We are offering up to $100,000 for each competitive grant. And these will be, the Friskies will be the lead agent for each of these. They can do, individual centers can apply, or you can apply within your district for all Friskies. They are prioritized. We are prioritizing those applications that work and engage their community nonprofit partners and community organizations so that we can knit a stronger safety net for our students and our children. And back to what Siljana said a minute ago, we are very concerned about the engagement of our families, our loved ones. We know that we now have, more children living with grandparents and with non-biological parents these days. And so we really want to make sure that these folks are prepared and well informed on the services that are out there for kids. So we are working very closely with Friskies. I believe the application went live Monday, and we are waiting to see those applications. But we're focusing on those 3 areas, those early childhood, childcare, and mental health supports for our students. And so just a quick little update. I know the Lieutenant Governor had a few other things she wanted to talk about, but she's not feeling well. So she sends her regards.
Excellent. Thank you so much for making it into the conversation, Susan. Those updates were very helpful. And please tell the Lieutenant Governor we hope she feels better and look forward to hearing from and seeing her again soon.
I will, and I'm happy to share the application with KBE if you all would like to see it.
That would be great. I'll have Meredith can push that out to everyone. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Lou.
All right. Meredith, you're doing great. You've paced the agenda really well. We are very close to on time, just about 5 minutes off. The next item on our agenda is a COVID-19 project management update from Associate Commissioners Kelly Foster and Robin Kinney.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I've got a couple of updates that I wanted to share with you since we last met in regards to Healthy at Schools and the changes that have been sent out to our districts. The first change that we sent out was on March 22nd, and I'm sure you've probably seen this in the news from the CDC, but that change dealt with the spacing in the classroom. Only in the classroom, though, we went from 6 feet to 3 feet. Of course, everyone needs to continue to wear masks at all times. And then in the areas like hallways or gymnasiums, auditoriums, it's still the 6 feet. And the one caveat that I would bring to everyone's attention, based on the CDC recommendation, is that if the county moves into what's called a high incident critical rate, then they are recommending that middle and high schools still be 6 feet apart due to the likelihood of a viral transmission at the middle and high school. So I think this has provided some relief to our school districts, and we have more and more students coming back to face-to-face instruction. I'm sure you also have been following that this week, Jefferson middle and high school students are open to face-to-face. So at this point, we have every county has an option for a student for face-to-face learning. So I think that's very positive and exciting. The second change, which just happened last week, it was updated on April the 2nd, dealt with temperature screenings. So up until this point, the CDC and public health had recommended that students as they're entering the bus or students and staff as they're entering the school building have a temperature check. And so that has been relaxed. Only people, students or staff that would be symptomatic would have to have a temperature screening before entering the bus or the school building. So that also brings some relief to our local school districts. So those are the two big changes that I have regarding Healthy at Schools. And I will turn it over to Robin, and I think she's going to talk to you a little bit about some funding that has come to the states and districts around COVID relief.
Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be with you online. I wanted to kind of do a little bit of a refresher to share with you where we are on our various funding pots that are coming to the Commonwealth and to our local school districts. I'm going to talk about the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, that is shorthand ESSER, and we are actually working on round 3 of ESSER funds. So we received ESSER 1 funds, which was about $193 million. Those funds are flowing out the door right now to our local school districts. About 60% of those have been reimbursed to our district based upon the work that they are doing in their districts to prevent and prepare for and respond to the coronavirus pandemic. So we are administering and continuing to work with districts on that pot. The second pot of money that came to us was $928 million, and that was from the CRISA Act. Again, this is what we shorthand call ESSER 2. And that is in the phase where districts are completing their district assurances and spending plans on how they're going to utilize that. We have also, from that pot of money from the state set aside, the commissioner had referenced the other additional opportunity that we afforded to districts to access some of the state set aside if they are utilizing at least 85% of their own district allocation toward direct services for students. So we are in various stages with our districts on that, with them preparing and submitting assurances and spending plans. And then the third pot of money, which I'm going to focus today, is on from the American Rescue Plan Act. Shorthand, let's call this ESSER 3. So it's round 3 that is coming to the Commonwealth in our local school districts. It is $2 billion that are coming to help support schools and districts. This is to help us continue to safely reopen and sustain our safe operations in our schools for both our staff and our students. And so each time as districts plan on how to expend these dollars, they are again tying it back to efforts to prevent, prepare for, and respond to the coronavirus. From this next pot of money, similar to ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, significant portions that will be going to our local school districts. So at least 90% of that $2 billion will be going to our local school districts. Once again, like ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, it's based upon an allocation tied to Title I, Part A. So that is how those allocations are determined to our school districts. This pot of money is a little different in that it has a requirement for our local school districts to utilize at least 20% of their district allocation to address learning loss through the implementation of evidence-based interventions and ensure that those interventions respond to students' social, emotional, and academic needs and address the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on underrepresented student subgroups. So again, there's very broad permissible uses, but this pot of money specifically requires our districts to focus 20% of their district allocation on that. Like with ESSER 1 and ESSER 2, the other eligible expenses are very similar. So as we've talked about, using these funds toward anything that could be permissible expenditures under ESSA, IDEA, Perkins. Again, if they need to expend these dollars for PPE, for sanitation, for any kind of professional development for our teachers and staff. Technology is still something that they can use funds for, mental health services, very, very broad permissible expenditures, again, tying back to the response to the coronavirus. Also, school facilities, looking at mitigation and ventilation areas to mitigate the spread of the virus is also permissible expenses. Also, a little unique for this pot of money from the state set aside. So the 90% will be going to our local school districts, and 10% will is up to 10% can be as part of the state set aside. Within the state set aside, there are 3 specific state level reservations. 5% for the implementation of evidence-based interventions aimed specifically at addressing learning loss. So that sounds familiar, but at the state level. So that could be like summer learning opportunities, summer enrichment, extended days, etc. 1% must be reserved for evidence-based summer enrichment programs, and 1% for evidence-based comprehensive after-school programs. So that is from our state set aside, so a little bit different. We have received an award notice from US Ed. 2/3 of the allocation has been awarded to us. With this round of funding, the state will have to do an application and a plan on the use of the state set aside before we are awarded the remaining 1/3. So we are currently waiting on US Ed to provide the template or the application for us to complete. I guess I would also note that there's some additional funding work that is in the American Rescue Plan Act that might be of interest. There's additional funding from the Federal Communications Commission for technology. That does not come through us, but that will be available. And then some other efforts that we have been working on here at KDE. We are partnering still with the Cabinet for Health and Family Services for a 3rd round of pandemic electronic benefits, that PEBT, which lasts from, looking backward, October 2020 through the school year of 2021. And we are also working with the U.S. Department of Agriculture on a child nutrition operational cost reimbursement. As we know, many of our districts really came to the forefront in making sure that our children continued to receive good nutritious meals throughout the pandemic. And many of them expended dollars above and beyond what was available on their meal reimbursement, that meals times rate. And so USDA has come up with another pot of money that will help those districts that it went above and beyond in their expenditures and help them to seek reimbursement for at least a portion of that those dollars that were overexpended. I was really happy to hear Susan Reber talk about the money that is going to Friskies, and that's wonderful news to help support those efforts. And then finally here at the department, another big initiative we've been working on from a funding aspect is under the Governor's Emergency Education Relief Fund, we are charged as the state agency to administer the EANS program, which is the Emergency Assistance to Non-Public Schools. And so across the agency, we have been working on the process to distribute those funding. And some of you may be familiar, that is typically handled at the local level through equitable services requirements. But under this pot of money, we are charged to do that at the state level. That's just a brief recap of some of the things going on from the funding perspective. I do want to thank all the KDE staff that have worked so hard on all these mechanics and some challenges in trying to really manage this level of funding. Very appreciative to the federal government and our educational partners, to the Cabinet for Health and Family Services, who continues to be our daily partner on the coronavirus pandemic. and of course to our local school districts and their staff as we kind of navigate these uncharted waters. So a big thank you to all the staff that are working so hard on this.
Absolutely.
And we're happy to take any questions.
Absolutely. And thank you, Robin. And I have a couple of questions. One I think is kind of lame, but of the 10% states set aside for ESSER 3, when you say 5%, 1%, and 1%, is that 7% of the 10, or is that 7% of all the money coming to the state?
The way it is worded, and we are investigating that, Lou, because it talks about the total. It talks about 5% of the total allocation. So we're trying to see clarity on whether that is the total allocation or whether it is of the 10%.
Okay, yeah, that'll make a big difference.
It makes a big difference.
Okay, but to think about $3.1 billion, not even counting the GEAR funding, is just amazing and so timely and so important. So I do wonder also, last question from me, and then I'll look for raised hands, is the funding, award funding notifications. What are the end dates on the ESSERs?
So
by dates.
Yeah, so when we're talking about the dates for them to expend on ESSER 1, when you look at the act itself, it talks about an end date of September of 2021. However, once you apply the tidings amendment to it, you're going to get another year. So it would be to 2022. For the other two pots of money, again, if you look in the acts, you're going to see a timeline that says 2023. But applying the tidings amendment, again, those will get you to 2024, September of 2024.
Excellent. And I see a hand.
Yeah, I had my hand up, Lou.
Oh, good, Alvis. Thank you, because I can't find the checkbox. Please go ahead.
I was just wondering, how much of the ESSER 2 funds have been distributed already?
The ESSER 2 funds have not been distributed as yet. Those districts are working on their assurances and spending plans. I think we've had about 55 districts submit those. And then, of course, their expenditures, they will make the expenditures at the district level first, and then they will make a federal cash request to us, and we will reimburse them for those costs. So I don't know that we've received a lot of requests for the reimbursement as yet on the ESSER 2 funds.
So if none of the ESSER 2, I know none of the ESSER 3 have been distributed yet?
Yes, that's correct.
And what proportion of the ESSER 1 has been distributed?
From a reimbursement basis, we have reimbursed about 60%, a little more than 60% of the ESSER 1 funds. And as we kind of close out the school year, remember a lot of those funds were budgeted across this school year. So they are budgeted already. We're just waiting for those expenditures to hit, maybe in salary areas, et cetera. So we're just kind of waiting until those kind of catch up for the rest of the school year. But districts have done a good job expending their ESSER 1 dollars.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The next hand is Ms. Sloan, followed by Dr. Poe.
Thank you. And I have a couple of questions, some concerns I've been hearing from teachers and some superintendents in some local districts about the eligibility of expenses. I know you mentioned that technology was definitely an expense they could spend some of this money on. Some are concerned or maybe even understood or misunderstood that there's a limit to what they can spend on technology. And I know their concern is around the fact that our technology doesn't last long. And we have a lot of schools with Chromebooks and smart boards and things that are not working well and need to be replaced, even if don't need to be replaced at the moment, need to frequently, especially if we're sending those things home one-on-one with students. And then also with the, for like summer school programs and interventions, the hiring of new faculty and staff to be able to do that. There's a lot of concern around once the money is gone in a year or two, those faculty and staff people may not be able to keep their jobs. And I know that they're concerned about that as well, especially if it's working and it's something they need to continue to do. So just those things might need to be addressed when talking with superintendents and local people. And if there's anything you could explain today to help us understand that a little bit better, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Thank you. As far as limits on technology, all the pots of money do allow technology purchases. So whether that's replacement or initial purchases, those are certainly permissible expenditures. Where the confusion may lie, and I'm not sure if this is where the confusion is, but when we talk about the additional opportunity out of the state set aside that was allowed for districts to access, that 85% toward the direct services of students did not include the ability to count the laptops or Chromebooks or those types of devices towards your 85%. So all the other pots of money you can clearly utilize for purchases of your technology devices. In fact, it's encouraged. Remote learning is here. It's here to stay. And so we very much have been working with school districts to help them on their technology devices. So that might be where the confusion is. It does not count toward the 85% of that other opportunity for access to those funds from the state set aside. But all other places it counts. And even if you do access the 85%, once you meet that threshold, you can utilize that pot of money toward technology purchases too. So if there are districts out there that are still having some confusion on that, we're happy to talk with them again and kind of work them through those pots of money. From the perspective of hiring of staff, I think we do have to keep in mind, and we do frequently remind our districts that these federal funds are a one-time pot of money. And so, whenever you're talking about using them for recurring expenditures, and salaries, of course, are recurring expenditures based upon moving forward, these funds will run out at some point in time. And so I think that's where we have to continue to advocate for funding from other resources. Once it is proven that these are good resources that are benefiting our students, we need to identify other fund sources to take that place. But we are very cautious and want to remind districts that these do run out at some point in time. And so you have to plan accordingly for that.
Thank you, Robin. And one follow-up question: was the regulations and stipulations around the technology and the percentage of money, is that a federal thing or is that a local state decision?
That was a state decision made here at KBE.
And okay, keep in mind, as Robin mentioned, that was over and above the allocation out to the LEAs for the difference. All right, thank you so much. And Allison, you did double duty because you asked Dr. Poe's question as well. So that leaves Claire.
Yes, I have been getting a number of questions about the ventilation systems and knowing that the money can be spent on updating HVAC. The questions usually involve, is it a replacement of the existing system, which may be inadequate and in terms of the intake of fresh air to make the system healthy? Many of the HVAC systems in our schools do not really have that fresh air intake, according to some of the things that I'm hearing from different teachers. So I'm just wondering if there are stipulations about the quality and the nature of the HVAC systems being installed under this act.
So I don't know if your question is about parameters about what they can install. Certainly, if they are improving, the language in the act is broad in the sense that it talks about HVAC or ventilation systems that improve the air quality. I mean, that's what they're looking for. So we've had questions about larger fans. We've had questions about certain things that could attach to HVAC systems. We've had questions about my HVAC system just overall is not good. It doesn't do what we need to do in terms of air quality. All those things seem to be permissible expenditures under the American Rescue Plan Act.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Robin, and thanks, Kelly. I know school districts are much appreciative of certainly the funds and also the relief that allows them to manage the day-to-day operations even more smoothly. And it sounds like great work is happening around the state. The next item on our agenda is a delightful one. With us today is Ms. Anna Coliff, who is a student in Rockcastle County Schools, and her superintendent, Carrie Ballinger, is with her today. And we heard about this presentation and are delighted to share it with you about the students' perspective on experiencing a global pandemic. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Coliff and Ms. Ballinger. Welcome. It looks like we've got your slides ready to go. Do we have sound?
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Carrie Ballinger. I'm the superintendent of Rockcastle County Schools, and I have with me Miss Anna Coliff, a middle school student at Rockcastle County Middle School. And today we're just going to provide a little bit of a perspective for you as a board about what it was like to endure a global pandemic as a student. So thank you for having us. I know I can speak for myself and for Miss Anna that we're very honored to be able to present this to you today. I'm going to start by giving you just a little bit of a historical background of where Rockcastle County Schools started at the beginning of this pandemic, and that will make Miss Anna's presentation even more impressive to you as a board. So if you would please forward the slide. So March 12th, 2020, the day that the pandemic began for the school systems in the state of Kentucky. So at that time, Rockcastle County Schools was not an NTI district. So we were not in a situation that we were prepared to go home and for our students to learn virtually. Our buildings were shut down at that time. Our gates were locked. We created NTI packets at the district level in the central office, and we mailed those out 2 weeks at a time to our students. We focused on an elementary packet, a middle school packet, a high school packet, but we were not engaged in virtual learning at that time. As far as feeding our students, we partnered with Christian Appalachian Project from March till May. And we provided a grocery type environment where our families were able to come in and get their needed supplies. But we were not delivering food, and we were not having pickup at our schools for food. And that, again, that was March till May. If you would please advance that. So I was hired as superintendent of Rockcastle County Schools in June 2020. And the first thing we did as a team is decide, and we came together and decided, okay, we survived March till May, but looking forward, it seems as if this pandemic is not leaving anytime soon. So we've got to make some drastic changes within our district to be able to support our students and our families. So the first thing we did, and we called all of this Rocket relaunch through the entire process, is we became a one-to-one district. So we used the ESSER funds that were referenced earlier in your presentation, and we provided Chromebooks for all of our students, kindergarten through 12th grade. And that sounds wonderful on the surface, but the question that we all were discussing is, okay, now what do we do with those Chromebooks? You know, we had just this summer to completely retrain all of our educators, our administrators. We had just a few short months to determine how we were going to appropriately plan virtual instruction. So we focused a lot on providing professional development for our teachers. We required our certified teachers to become Google Level 1 certified. We worked on standards alignment and then just really dug into what does a good Google Classroom look like for a family and for a student. We developed a district-led technology team, and then we had focused a great amount on school-based mental health. We have used the phrase, we have to care and connect, and we focused on that throughout this entire pandemic period. We had stakeholder task force groups that focused on health and safety, instruction, operations, and support for our exceptional learners. And then something that I think that has been highly successful in our district is we created 45 community feeding sites that we called Rocket Refuel sites. Through that time, we have handed out and delivered almost 120,000 meals to our families. These are set up in local in parking lots of churches, area centers. We have them at our schools. They're all over our community, our volunteer fire departments. So every day that we were in an NTI day, then our families had access to these sites. We continue to still use these on our NTI Fridays currently. So that gives you some background about the transition that has taken place in just a short amount of time in Rockcastle County. And this also provides value to you to see the change that Ms. Anna and all of our students have had to go through. So at this time, I'm going to turn the important part of this presentation over to our student.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Ballinger. Can everybody hear me okay?
Sounds great, Anna.
Okay, good, thank you. March 12th, 2020, a day which will live in infamy. Not because it's my dad's birthday, but because it's the day the world began to shut down. The day before that, Wednesday the 11th, was a normal school day, and we had academic team practice after school. We were several days from going to the state competition. That night at church, I found out the state competition had been canceled, which was a really big letdown after months of studying hard for tests. The 12th was an odd school day. At the end of the day, as I was leaving, I turned around and told my friend I might see her Monday. I then turned around again, told her I was going to be positive, and told her I would see her Monday. As it turned out, I didn't see her until late August. March 12th of 2020 was the last day of anything close to normal any of us would experience for many months. The last year has been filled with changes, challenges, and Google Meets. Not just Google Meets, but Google everything. I would like to talk about three things today: student struggles, student benefits, and student adaptions. Could we move to the next slide, please? Thank you. Student struggles. Routine. The constant change of schedules has been detrimental to bedtimes and wake-up times, which every person needs. Our school system was on a 2-day week schedule a few weeks ago. This kept some students, including me, from keeping sleep and wake-up routines. Keeping up. Some students have had trouble keeping up with dates on assignments, especially if they don't read all the instructions or look at virtual due dates. It is also hard for some students to remember to click turn in buttons on virtual assignments, possibly lowering their own grades. Lack of friend interaction. A lot of kids, especially teens, are very, very social and need to be around friends. This has been rough for a lot of students, especially my brother. When he saw his friend for the first time in months, he wouldn't stop talking, and we couldn't get a word in when he got home. Mental health. Some students suffered from mental health issues before COVID. The change, worry, and sense of isolation that came with the pandemic only made this worse. Depression and anxiety skyrocketed. Without socialization, many teens feel they've lost their purpose. I don't typically struggle with mental health, but when I found out I couldn't go to church camp that year, where I'd found new friends, I fell into depression for several weeks. I couldn't do anything without thinking about camp. I can only imagine what COVID has done to other people's mental health who deal with much bigger issues than me. Connectivity. Many students have had connection issues where they live, especially in Rockcastle County, making it difficult for them to do assignments. I haven't had this issue, but some students have had to complete work from community hotspots rather than completing assignments from home when we have been virtual. Next slide, please. Student benefits. Chromebooks, the gift that keeps on giving in a way. Chromebooks have made it possible for us to complete assignments from home or anywhere. Their benefits are numerous in school, home, and anywhere else you can take it. I've used my Chromebook for schoolwork, studying, and to complete applications, which has been a huge help for me. Class relationships. Usually, at my school, homeroom members are people you don't spend much time with at school because you're around them very little. This year, you do everything with your homeroom in my school. It's really good to get to know these people better. School isn't just about academics, it's about relationships too. Access to teachers. Students can communicate with teachers via Google Classroom or email if they need help, along with in-person interaction. Last year at this time, I didn't know how to open my email, and interaction was hard at home. Better communication. Communication from teacher to student, teacher to parent, and district to all has been improved greatly in mine and other counties. It's much easier to know what's going on now than it ever has been before. Email and the growing use of apps like Remind have helped with that a lot. Next slide, please. Student adaptions. masks. They're a huge difference from a normal school year to now. It's something we've had to learn to wear, and it's been a huge adaptation. I'm not going to lie, I really hated wearing the mask in gym. Transition to online. Before COVID, we were using around 98% paper in my county. Now we're using anywhere from 75 to 100% computer work, depending on the week. This is a huge change, and it's very confusing at times. Last year, we really didn't know how to edit things in Google, and we hardly ever used it. Changing schedules. Usually, we have one major schedule per year. This year, we've had 3 different schedules and 5 major schedule changes. It's something we've had to learn to work with and adapt to. Next slide, please. Academic team. One thing that has changed a lot has been academic team. As I said in the beginning, our 2020 state competition was canceled due to COVID. All of this year's competitions were held virtually. This included using buzzer programs to compete in quick recall, which added lots of time to every meet. COVID restrictions kept us from traveling to various tournaments. It also made it hard to recruit new team members. Normally, we would have had as many as 7 6th graders join the team. This year we had 3, and the team will suffer getting new recruits going on. On March 15th, I tested at the state level in academic team science. I competed via Google Meet in my bedroom instead of going to the Galt House in Louisville for competition. I got 35th place, which is a really big deal for me and my school. Even though I did compete, I wasn't able to be around other people in the normal competition atmosphere. Missed opportunities for travel and interaction have caused students to lose interest in many extracurricular activities. The past year has been one of the most chaotic of my life, and it's probably been one of yours. COVID-19 has and continues to change the way we do things. Students have dealt with some of the biggest changes, with how they learn and interact with others being turned upside down. I would like to thank you, the State Board of Education, for making decisions that determine how we've gone about this school year. I also want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today on the behalf of other students. I would like to thank my fellow students that I interviewed for some of my information in this presentation. And finally, I would like to thank the teachers and staff of Rockcastle County for taking the challenge presented since March and turning it into the best situation it could possibly be. My teachers this year at RCMS have gone above and beyond to make this year as good as it could possibly be for me and my classmates. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you, Superintendent Ballinger. It was a treat to hear from you. I love just taking a minute to take that retrospective journey back to March 12th. Happy birthday to your dad. All of the different experiences that you highlighted just were an important reminder to us that we've got to emerge from this pandemic better than normal. It's not about getting back to normal. It's about leveraging all that we can and getting better to normal. I see that Ms. Adams has a comment to share.
Yes, Superintendent Ballinger and Anna, thank you so much for sharing with us. And it's obvious that Rockcastle County schools are putting their students first. And I know we can count on all our Kentucky schools to do that. And thank you so much for sharing that. And Anna, I promise you that the well-being of students is always first on my heart and in my mind. And your struggle is real, and the struggle of all our students is real. And I just commend you and recognizing you for carrying on and doing the best that you can under these horrible situations, and just making your life the best it can be. And it's my hope that these struggles will not break you, and it won't break our other students, but it will make you stronger. And you're an exceptional example of what our Kentucky students are capable of. And thank you so much for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Adams. And then Soliana.
Yes, thank you so much. This is a very vital presentation, and I'm so privileged to listen to it. And Anna, I know it takes so much courage, especially to come up with superintendents. I believe you presented to your superintendents and local board, and for the state board, it takes so much courage to come up here and share your experience. And it's valid, and I agree with the majority, if not each and everything that you said. And I truly thank you, and I thank Superintendent Ballinger for accepting and embracing her experience and other students and helping her on this presentation to come up to the state board. And we truly need more students to come up and present their experiences as well. And you are just such a great example for that. So I truly, truly thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks so much. And then Mrs. McCrary.
Anna, your presentation at times brought me to tears. You were so reflective on what has happened to thousands of our students across the Commonwealth. One thing I want you to know is you are not alone. You have not been alone in this battle. Every single one of these board members, all the educators across the Commonwealth, we've lost sleep over your trials and your tribulations throughout this process. My hope, my earnest hope, is that you have gained some strength throughout the struggles, because the greatest gift of a struggle is the strength that we have on the other side of it. So I would love to ask you a question in turn, if you do not mind my asking you a question. And that is, what is one thing that has occurred throughout this process that you see that we need to keep?
One thing I've really realized throughout this year, and it's always been there, but I've never realized it as much as now, is that interaction and relationships between students and teachers and getting to know those people is really important. I think keeping as much as possible when we're in person, keeping those relationships with teachers to students, making them feel comfortable, I think that's one thing that really has shown to me throughout the pandemic and throughout this experience.
Thank you for sharing that. My hope, all of our hopes, is that things are going to begin to go more smoothly for you all. So thank you so much for sharing today.
Thank you. And one last comment from Sloan.
I just wanted to chime in for a second and say how amazing and proud this moment is to see that the Rockcastle County Schools are taking student voice so importantly and being there today, and for Anna being there, and the exchange between Soyana and Anna just made me very proud. It was a great moment to see that exchange between students on our board and in that local district. And I really hope that the Kentucky Student Voice team is paying attention, because I think Anna may be a member very soon, and I hope they reach out to her. So thank you for being here, and we appreciate your presentation.
Excellent. Thank you. And if you haven't already, that's a self-nomination, Anna. So the Kentucky Student Voice team, I know they're listening though.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And board members, in order to just honor the time of those who have joined us, I'd like to deviate slightly from the agenda and move to item 13, the presentation of the Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education. And to present that coveted award is Commissioner Glass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Samuel Robinson was a former member of the Kentucky Board of Education from 1991 to 2004, who made diversity and equity in public education his life's work. A noted educator and civil rights leader, Robinson began his career in Kentucky in Louisville in 1960. His diverse background in public education included everything from principal at Shawnee High School to president of the Lincoln Foundation. Robinson was also a well-known community figure as Louisville navigated the civil rights era. Each year, the Kentucky Board of Education grants this award to a Kentuckian or a Kentucky organization demonstrating extraordinary efforts and contributions in the area of educational diversity and equity. The criteria for receiving this award includes, but is not limited to, successful efforts in closing socioeconomic or other racial achievement gaps and successfully and significantly improving student learning, student achievement, or other measured outcomes among students of color or economically disadvantaged students. At this time, it's my honor to announce the 2021 Robinson Award winner for Diversity and Equity in Public Education winners, Kyrie Demby and Diane Porter. I'd like to take a few minutes to share what each nominator had to say about these very deserving recipients. So Kyrie first. Mr. Demby teaches K-5 music and art at Jacob Elementary School in Louisville, Kentucky. He's one of the most inspirational teachers I have known. Kyrie has written many children's books. These books feature animals, an international choice made to take the focus away from racial cultural stereotypes and instead focus on content related to self-awareness, self-regulation, and mindfulness. Simply put, Mr. Demby inspires all students to love music and themselves. His pedagogical techniques inspire students from a diverse range of racial and cultural backgrounds to immerse themselves in rhythm, song, music theory, movement, self-regulation, and self-acceptance. He is currently planning a coffee and chat, staff coffee and chat, to begin conversations about issues such as implicit bias, educational inequities facing Black females, racial perceptions regarding segregation and inclusion. Kyrie Demby exemplifies equity and diversity. So congratulations. And now for Diane. Diane is a graduate of the Louisville Public School System and the University of Louisville. Her professional experience in public education is vast, having served for nearly 40 years as a teacher, counselor, assistant principal, and central office administrator. In this remarkable time, Diane has significantly improved student learning, student achievement, and other outcomes impacting all students, including those of color, not of color, in many ways. One of note is serving on the Jefferson County Board of Education, leading the introduction of the first racial equity policy by a public school board in Kentucky. The racial equity policy was designed to change systemic outcomes for students of color by hiring more diverse staff, creating a new role designed to focus on strategies in hiring, expanding resources to schools, and creating a tool to effectively measure cultural competence of staff. In a recent meeting, a person asked a fellow colleague, "What are you going to do about this?" when discussing diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts at JCPS. Without hesitation and with full conviction, Diane responded, "This is all of our job." So now I'd like to recognize some of our award winners and guests. So Kyrie, I know that you're on. Congratulations. We'll let you go first. And we also have your nominator, Phyllis Farrell, on with you.
Hello, and thank you so much for the award. I'm so grateful and humbled. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. And Phyllis, anything that you'd like to say?
Hi, I'm just absolutely pleased that Mr. Demby is being recognized for the amazing number of contributions he is making to our schools and our students. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks and congratulations again. And now we'll shift to Diane Porter. Diane, are you on with us?
Yes, sir, I am. Can you
Excellent.
hear me?
We can. Go right ahead. Congratulations.
Thank you. I would like to thank you, Dr. Glass, and the State Board of Education for this Robinson Award for Diversity and Equity in Public Education. I'm very honored and humbled to receive this award. But I do say that I accept this award for JCPS and the JCPS Board of Education. I am a person that never will take credit for one thing. So I can have one idea, but it takes a lot of us to make things work. So I'm very proud of the work that we have done. I'm very proud of the fact that we were the district that had the first racial equity policy in the state of Kentucky. I've received this award for JCPS, the JCPS board, but more importantly, I received this award for our children, our staff, and our families and the community who are very focused on public education. I also am grateful that I have a colleague that's sharing the award with me. I'm very happy. I have met Mr. Demby at Jacob. He's an amazing teacher. I also want to thank the person that nominated me for this award because I do my work because it's work that needs to be done. A few quick words about Dr. Sam Robinson. I know Dr. Robinson. He has been one of those invisible mentors in my life who has known me for a very long time. And because of his work, that helps my work. And I'm very grateful to have known Dr. Robinson, who knows me, who knew my mother. And last week I called him to let him know secretly that I was receiving this award, and he was as excited as anything I've heard for a very long time. So he's not with us today because they are not able to join virtually. But he's very excited that I did receive the award and that I'm keeping the torch going for him. Very quickly, my why behind me, you see a picture of Ruby Bridges and my daughter and her dog. Everybody has to have a reason why. So as a student that started school in a segregated school in Louisville, Kentucky, and went on to the combined districts of the city school and the county school, I take every experience with me forward. And it's important that what I have experienced, that we make better for the students that are there today. And as a parent, you all know that we become different people when it's about making things right for your own children. So my daughter is my why, absolutely. Ruby Bridges is behind me because she shares the history of where we have come since 1975 to now. So a couple of quick things that I'll say before I leave. I always like to throw somebody else's quote out there. So my quote relates to something that the student said previously, which is, people may forget what you said, people may forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And it's our responsibility to make our students feel great. That is a quote from Maya Angelou. So thank you very much. I am truly honored. And I think Tony made pictures of the awards so everybody can see them, but she told us to have them out. So I have mine out. I want her to know I followed directions. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think we also have Ashley Duncan on, who nominated Diane.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Glass, and congratulations to Mr. Demby and Ms. Porter, who I consider a mentor and friend. One of the reasons I nominated her that I did not share is because Ms. Porter always likes to say in the background, and she does great work, and she deserves to be one of the people that has her flowers while she can still smell them. So it is my pleasure and my honor to nominate her. She has poured tirelessly. I think she works harder than me, and I'm a mother of two girls. She's always out in the community doing stuff. So congratulations to you, Ms. Porter. Thank you so much to the Board of Education and all the people that put in work to make sure that our students of Kentucky have a great education.
Well, congratulations again to both of these very deserving winners. And on behalf of the Kentucky Board of Education and all of us here at the Kentucky Department of Education, we want to thank you for your incredible contributions. We are so proud of you. Madam Chair, I'll turn the agenda back over to you for remarks and our scheduled recess.
Excellent. I also saw that the very proud superintendent of Jefferson County Schools, Dr. Marty Polio, joined us. So glad that he's here to witness this for Mr. Demby and Ms. Porter. What a lovely tribute, and I can't think of better recipients for the Robinson Award. So Dr. Polio, if you wanted to add a word, we would love to have you join in the celebration.
Great, thank you, Chair Young. I appreciate that. Commissioner Glass and the rest of the board, it's my honor to be on here. And I'd heard this and I almost blew the surprise a couple of weeks ago at a board meeting for Ms. Porter, and then I found out that I couldn't say anything. And it's great to see you, Ashley, and thank you for the nomination of Ms. Porter. Ashley has done incredible work in JCPS as well before she moved on to a new organization around equity. But first, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Demby. I have not yet had the honor of being in your class. I look forward to it, Mr. Demby. And I just want to say this, you represent the 6,000 teachers in JCPS. So we know nationally there's a lot of narrative over the past year about what teachers have done or not done. And I'll just say this, Mr. Demby is very representative of the incredible work of the teachers of Jefferson County Public Schools and really the Commonwealth of Kentucky, who have worked so hard over the past year to meet the needs of our children. And congratulations, Mr. Demby. We're very proud of you. And without a doubt, I would like to recognize Ms. Porter for her work. I've known Ms. Porter for many years, from when she was administrator in JCPS, in our career in technical education office here in JCPS, and then obviously her work as board member and now board chair. She has made a difference in the lives of so many kids in our community and families for so many years. And she is an advocate, and she for our most marginalized kids many times, and the elimination of the achievement gap and supporting our kids that need it and her schools, and really all of our kids, as it was said earlier. So I'm very proud that our board chair won this award, very deserving, and she is one who always reminds me, no matter what work we're doing around racial equity, around our most marginalized students, and how we're going to change outcomes for these kids. So she is a true champion for the kids in our community here in Jefferson County. So congratulations, Ms. Porter. Very proud to be a part of this organization.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Polio. Congratulations again to our award winners. Thank you so much, Phyllis and Ashley, for taking the time to make those nominations. It was a treat to just be able to provide some honor and recognition where honor and recognition are due. So congratulations, and thank you for all that you guys are doing for the children of Jefferson County and across Kentucky.
Thank you.
And then for a hard pivot from the sublime to the ridiculous, we will go back to the consent agenda. Sorry, team. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no offense, Robin and team. This is all really, really important stuff. So let's go back to item 12, the approval of the consent agenda. As you know, we consider these items as a group in one action rather than considering them item by item. They have been deemed as non-controversial, somewhat routine in nature, and we've had a chance to look over these and think that they are appropriate in terms of consent. If you will take a look at the portal or on the agenda, there are 6 items there for your consideration and consent. As a reminder, this item, which does require a vote, consists of the consent agenda and allows for approval in one action. You've received this information in advance through the portal and have had time to review them. But before we open for a motion to approve consent, at this time, does any member wish to have any of the consent agenda items moved to regular discussion? Hearing no such desire, then I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda.
Chair Young, I did have a question. I'm really sorry. Am I allowed to?
Sure.
Okay. For the last item on the consent agenda about approval of Kentucky minimum specifications for school buses. So according to the 2020-2021 bus inventory from KBE, Kentucky currently has 9,526 buses in operation, which is about 97% are run by diesel fuel. Given the negative health and academic performance impacts that low air quality can have on students and educators, my question is there any sense of what effect transitioning our bus fleet from primarily diesel to electric and hybrid options may have on academic performance?
Okay, thank you. I actually received a similar email question from Andrew this morning as well. So Soliana, in terms of the point of approval, is it your desire to move that item out for separate consideration? Or are you okay with leaving it in for approval and then asking the team to come back with an answer to some more questions about conversion to electric vehicles?
The latter. So
okay. All right, great. And we will capture that. Elisa Hanley is the key transportation lead at the department. So Elisa, I will forward you a question related to conversion to electric vehicles. And that would be a topic that we could pick up either via email or at the next board meeting, if that's okay. And Lisa may not be on, so Robin, I'll let you transfer. Perfect. Any items then, hearing any items that need to be removed? All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Then I would entertain a motion that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Randy Poe, I'll make the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Poe. Do we have a second?
Patrice McCrary, I second.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Any discussion? Perfect, thank you. And we've gotten a response over there from the team about providing a response to Soliana's question, and I will forward that email as well. Thank you so much. At this time, then, we will open for roll call. Meredith, please.
Joanne Adams.
Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
It's Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
Chair, all members have voted.
Excellent. Thank you all so much. And Soliana, we see over in the chat that we've got the team working on that. So I look forward to it. That's going to be an important and very interesting and timely conversation around moving to electric vehicles. Thank you. At this point, we are just really close to on time. It'll be about 11:25 by the time we break for lunch. So let's return at noon to pick up with item 15 on our agenda. Take a break, hydrate, get some steps in, and we will pause the recording at this time and then reconvene at 12 noon. All right, thank you so much, Megan. Welcome back, everyone. We will pick up now with item 15 under internal board business public comment segment. Another casualty of the pandemic has been our ability to meet in person, as we discussed earlier. So included on today's board agenda is a dedicated public comment segment through which members of the public can address us via email on topics on today's agenda. Although this time does indeed look different from the way it was when members of the public could come in front of the board in person for public expression, it is still the will and desire of this board to provide an opportunity for folks to get to us directly on topics in a timely manner. So as stated on the board's publicly announced agenda, those comments are accepted by email and should be devoted only to items that are on the agenda of the day. So this month we received, and you have each received, 4 different pieces of public comment via email. For our viewing audience, in an effort to be as clear and transparent as possible, those items are sent to board members in advance and are posted for the public to view in the KBE portal. So all of the information verbatim is included in the portal for viewing by members of the public. And as I noted, state board members have received that information in advance. I would also note, Dr. Poe shared a question from his region about whether or not these folks receive responses to their emails. And the answer to that is yes. In addition to sending the full text to KBE members, posting it in the portal for public viewing, the comments are directed to specific folks in the agency to review and respond to the person who has made that comment, person or persons who have sent in that comment. So again, we are making every effort to make sure that we hear that information at the time of the board meeting. So for this month, the first item was received on April 1st from the Kentucky Special Parent Involvement Network, KY SPIN. Their comments were in support of the currently proposed amendments to 707 KAR 1:340 procedural safeguards. The letter from this association outlining their feedback, as I noted, was sent to all KBE members in advance of the meeting and is posted on the KBE portal for public viewing. The second comment was received on April 5th from Ms. Judith Bradley, the managing partner of Jack B. Nimble Incorporated. Ms. Bradley provided comment on several proposed regulatory changes affecting students with disabilities. You may recall our discussion specifically related to the in count. Ms. Bradley's comments were sent to KBE members in advance of the meeting and are posted on the KBE portal for public viewing as well. The third comment was received on April 5th from Mr. Donnie Wilkerson. His comments pertain to the Kentucky Academic Standards for Social Studies, as well as mention of the science of learning and how it should inform instructional practice. Mr. Wilkerson also mentions his concerns about the federal government requiring state testing this spring. His comments were sent to KBE board members in advance of the meeting and are also posted on the KBE portal for public viewing. And lastly, the fourth comment was received yesterday, April 5th, from the Kentucky Student Voice Team. The letter from this association outlining their feedback on proposed amendment to 701 KAR 5:100, which we'll be taking up in just a few minutes, the guidelines for alternative models for school-based decision-making. That email was also sent to KBE members in advance of the meeting and is posted in the portal for public viewing. So let me just take a moment to thank those folks for taking advantage of the opportunity for this remote comment option for state board members. We read those comments, we think about those, we share them with the agency, and it is an important way to help you inform us about the work that we do. So we appreciate very much hearing from you on those items. So thanks to those 4 different commenters. On behalf of the members of KBE, a little more formally, let me thank these organizations and individuals for taking the time to share your feedback and concerns with the board. We sincerely appreciate the opportunity to hear from constituents on matters that pertain to P-12 education across the Commonwealth. Moving into action and discussion items, item number 16 is the approval of a request from Jefferson County Schools to waive 704 KAR 5:070 around the common kindergarten screener. And with us today is Rhonda Sims, Associate Commissioner, Superintendent Marty Polio, Jefferson County Schools, along with Dr. Dina Dossett, the Chief Executive Director in JCPS, who will overview their request for this waiver.
Thank you, Chair Young. I'm going to obviously just say greetings to the board, and we will turn it over to our partners at Jefferson County Public Schools to talk a bit about their current situation of returning to school and their specific requests related to Brigant's kindergarten screen testing.
Thank you, Rhonda. Appreciate the time. And board members, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I will be very brief as our request is brief, but I will be providing the why behind our request, and then Dr. Dossett will give a brief overview of some of the other data we will be using for our kindergarten students. And this is a different year, as we know, obviously, than any other. And first of all, let me say in JCPS, it is not something around not being supportive of accountability, which we are. But in this current year, obviously, with the limited number of instructional days in person that we have, and concerns around validity and reliability of data because we still have over 30% of our students that will be virtual, which will be very challenging to assess. I couldn't get into a lengthier discussion about my concerns around any type of standardized testing during this year as taking away minutes, instructional minutes from our children and our teachers having to provide these types of standardized assessments with very limited number of in-person days is concerning. But the one I would like to discuss that we are making the recommendation on is a common kindergarten entry screener. And that is the Brigance assessment. So as you may or may not know, this is by KAR given either prior to the start of a student entering kindergarten or in the first 30 days. And it does provide us great data as kids move into kindergarten. But as a result of the pandemic, all school districts were given the opportunity to extend that time period until we return to in-person school, which, as you know, we have done at this time. But now we are looking at about the last 7 weeks of the school year. We know that our kids will have about 30 more days of in-person instruction total. And with us being on a hybrid, that would be half of that time. And if we are to give the Brigance screener at this time, which once again, I'll reiterate, this is a common kindergarten entry screener given to students before they enter kindergarten. We would be providing this screener at the end of the year, and our kindergarten teachers would be having to take about 45 to 60 minutes per student outside of the classroom. So we would be removing the child and the teacher from that classroom instruction and actually taking the teacher away from the class for about 3 days of instruction of the total 30 that we have left. So about 10% of the school days would be required to give this kindergarten entry screener, which we do not think would give us the valid and reliable data that we need to adjust to provide the interventions for our students necessary, as most of them are finishing kindergarten and moving into first grade. So this is the ask from JCPS that we would have a one-time exemption from the Brigance, as was told at the beginning of the year when we were given this, that we could submit this request. It is as we see, the one standardized assessment that the Kentucky Board of Education has the opportunity to waive this year. We will be providing significant amounts of other data looking at our students that we will provide to our teachers on the student progress as we move into summer to provide interventions through what I believe will be the most significant programming that we will provide to students for intervention moving into the summer to increase the amount of time we're providing learning time for our students so that we can find those students that are behind, catch them up, and those students who may have entered kindergarten behind, which really is the purpose of the Brigance, to make sure we catch them up by the end of third grade. And I'm going to have Dr. Dossett give some of examples of those data that we will be using to identify for our students.
Thank you, Dr. Parley. So yes, your teachers have been using variety assessment throughout this school year, 21 year, to provide similar information as Brigance assessment. So in reading, for instance, our teachers use running records. They measure how students and record sound and words, measure words students can read and write. So the that they're providing.
Dina, there's something wrong with your audio. It sounds to me like it could be a mic problem. It doesn't seem to be a connection problem.
I can.
Oh,
is this better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was hearing a banging. I wasn't sure what that was. So
okay.
Thank you. So our teachers in reading, they currently use a variety of assessment practices to determine students' progress in their reading behavior across the school year. So they use measures such as the running records, measuring how students hear and record sounds and words. They measure sight words that students can read and write. And so that is some of the information that they currently use to know what they should be targeting during their guided reading instruction. Similarly in math, they are assessing formatively students' understanding of spatial patterns, number recognition, rote counting. Those are some of the measures that are also provided on the Brigance that our teachers are currently doing. So our teachers are committed to continuing to provide differentiated instruction based on these assessments, these formative types of assessments that are similar to the Brigance. And so we're respectfully requesting that we're able to use those measures in lieu of the Brigance for this current school year.
We appreciate again the opportunity, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Board members, if you have questions, please feel free to unmute or raise a hand. In the meantime, Rhonda, you and I were able to speak, but do you have any concerns about the waiver request on the part of JCPS regarding the Brigance screener for this year only?
No, we do not. We've worked with Dr. Glass and done a review, and we asked for the sort of data explanation that Dina has provided, and so we were able to see that in advance of the meeting. I will remind you, Brigance is an in-person only administration. It cannot be done remotely. And so we've left it open all year. You may remember we came to the board, I think, in August to talk about leaving it open and building in this notion of having the ability to ask for a waiver, especially if we were really late in returning to in-person. We've had many districts that have been able to administer the Brigance, but only obviously to their students that are in person. So we've probably got about an 80%, 20% split in many of our districts. But Jefferson had a later return than our other districts. So certainly we are supportive of this at this point in time.
All right, thank you. And from Kentucky's most famous kindergarten teacher, Mrs. McCrary.
I have administered this assessment many times, so I know the length of what it takes and how individualized it is. There's no other way to do it. But I do have a question. One of the strengths of having this information is passing it on, one, to the following teacher, and second, even from district to district, to let teachers know the level these students are. Do you have a plan in place for following up with that, the same that you would that Brigance?
So, yes, we have several things. First of all, I think at this point in time, as opposed to entry into kindergarten, MAP testing around English, ELA, and math will be the most important data that we can provide that is normed with other really entry into first grade will be the ones that we use. Just this big concern is that, we are about a 70-30 split. It's 70% in person, 30% virtual. So no matter what, we'll have 30%, even if we were to give it 30% approximately. I don't have the exact number in kindergarten, but about 30% we would not have that data on. So I think we'll be much more valid and reliable data when we used, our normed MAP testing in ELA and math to share with others as we move into first grade.
I think with the amount of time that you have, it would be much better suited for you to spend on instruction right now.
Thank you.
All right, any further questions or comments? Hearing none, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the request from Jefferson County School District to waive 704 KAR 5:070 Common Kindergarten Screener. Do we have such a motion?
Jamie Bowling, and I make that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Bowling. Do we have a second?
Sharon Robinson, I second.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Any further discussion? All right, thank you, Meredith. Please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batts.
Claire Batt, yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Oh, Holly went for her COVID shot. She will
Oh,
be
that's right. Yes, and we are very happy about that. Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
Thank you, Dr. Brewer, Dr. Dossett, Dr. Polio. We really appreciate your attention to this. Thank you. The next item on the agenda, board members, is regarding the amendment to 707 KAR 1:340 regarding procedural safeguards. This is a second reading item. It is one that we have pulled from the consent agenda because we have had some questions regarding this. So I will, at this time, ask for Associate Commissioner Greta Hilton to speak to us about this amendment and the conversations that we've been holding of late around this reg.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So as you mentioned, this regulation is 707 KAR 1:340 procedural safeguards, and it is the regulation that's designed to protect the rights of parents of students with disabilities. The IDEA is clear in that there are two notices mentioned in the IDEA and in the federal regulations. And the first is the notice of ARC meeting, which outside of Kentucky, we call this the IEP team. So that would be the 7-day notice that parents or caregivers get prior to the meeting. The second notice is prior written notice. And prior written notice is the written notice that parents must receive within a reasonable time when a district proposes or refuses to initiate or change 4 areas. And that's the identification of a student, the placement of a student with a disability, the evaluation, or the provision of FAPE. And in Kentucky, we currently do this through the conference summary report. However, if an ARC is not convened, the district still has to provide a prior written notice if any of those 4 areas are, if it proposes to change or refuses to change any of those 4 areas. The current version of the regulation that we had, we noticed some time back, actually confused these 2 notices. So around sections 3, it embedded the notice of ARC with the prior written notice, and that was not clear. And it was brought to us during a formal complaint investigation. The district pointed out that the regulations were not accurate. And so upon taking a look at those, and then looking at guidance from USAID's Office of Special Education Programs, as well as the federal regulations, it was very clear to us that we did indeed in Kentucky confuse those 2 notices. So what you have before you today are changes specifically to sections 3 and 4 to separate these two notices, and I'll go through those specifically in just a moment. As you know, this is the second reading of this reg, and there was a lot of conversation at LSAC around the disciplinary provisions, and there was some misunderstanding that a short-term temporary removal, if a kid was taking out of a classroom for, any type of behavior infraction, that would spark a prior written notice, and that short-term disciplinary removals do not amount to a change of placement and would not spark a prior written notice. So we were able to provide LSAC with that information. However, the body chose to take no action. So we have it back before you today. We have also taken this regulation to the local director of special education advisory group. We've taken it to regional special education co-op directors, and it was discussed at the Council for Exceptional Children annual meeting in November. And we have had no concerns from the special education community with regard to these proposed changes. And so if I may, I'll take just a moment and actually go through the regulation and talk about the actual changes. In sections 1 and 2, we're proposing no changes. In sections 3, we have proposed ARC meeting added to the title, and this is on line 9. On line 11, changing to say the ARC meeting notice shall be provided to the parents 7 days before an ARC meeting, rather than the flip of that when it.
Greta, let me just remind board members that if you want to follow along line by line with Greta, just go ahead and open the document in the portal. And then you can catch up with where she is on page. I'll listen and give them that number. Thanks, Greta. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you.
Page 4.
Thank you.
4. Thank you.
So on line 11, back to that, we changed the ARC meeting notice shall be provided to the parents 7 days before an ARC meeting, rather than saying a meeting in which the LEA does X. We added the requirements of the 7-day ARC meeting notice to say for meetings concerning a safety issue or disciplinary change in placement due to the violation of a code of conduct, an LEA shall provide written notice to the parents at least 24 hours before an ARC meeting. And this has been in the regulation for quite some time. The meeting shall indicate the purpose, time, location, and who will attend, inform the parents of their ability to invite others who have expertise or knowledge of the child, and for a child beginning not later than the first IEP to be in effect when the child turns 16 or younger if determined by the ARC, the notice shall indicate the purpose and the invitation to the student and any other agency invited. And again, those things aren't new. The newer changes actually come in section 4. And this is where we added prior written notice to parents. And as I said, if you can think about this as the conference summary report typically in Kentucky, we added an LEA shall provide written notice to the parents of a child with a disability within a reasonable time before the LEA implements. And then we changed proposes to a proposal. We changed refuses to a refusal. And we removed the section around an LEA shall provide written notice to the parents 24 hours before a safety or change in placement, because as I mentioned, we put that up in what is now section 3. We updated the subsection numbering to reflect the changes as well. So then in section 5, there were no changes other than the renumbering. In section 6, we renumbered it and changed the lowercase LEA to uppercase LEA, and we updated the referencing to other sections with correct numbering. In section 7, we renumbered it as well, and we changed the term judge to the term court. In section 8, we removed of from 2 lines because we needed to do that to correct the typos. And then we added KAR so that it would read 707 KAR chapter. That was just an omission that shouldn't have been there. In section 9, we renumbered it from 8. In section 10, it was again renumbered, and we corrected the numbers of reference sections within the section. Same thing for section 11. We renumbered it, and we removed a semicolon. In section 12, we renumbered it and added the word for, again, to correct a typo. Section 13, we renumbered it and corrected the numbers of other sections referenced within the section. Same thing with 14 and 15. They were simply renumbered and corrected the numbers within the section, as well as 16 and 17. And then in section 18, we proposed to delete it because it was the documents were incorporated by reference for dispute resolution processes. And as you know, we haven't been at Merrill Street for quite some time. So this was to allow us to make that changes on our documents so that we could advise parents on how to get their dispute resolution processes to the right location. So I will turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Greta. And I will ask Todd, General Counsel Todd Allen is with us and he worked with LSAC through the questions and concerns they had. Their motion actually was to take no action, but ask the state board to consider a panel of attorneys to take a look at the kind of the legal point of confusion and concern between LSAC and the department. And so Todd is showing on the screen now a crosswalk between the federal reg at 34 CFR 300.503 and the proposed language that Greta just shared. So I'll give Todd a few minutes to address that. I know Dr. Poe heard some questions in Northern Kentucky as well.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board and to address this issue. As you indicated, I'm showing on the screen the requirements in the federal regulation, as well as at the bottom of the screen, you'll see the proposed language that Associate Commissioner Hilton just covered with you that's in the regulation before you for adoption. Just again, as a reminder, this was before the state board for its first reading in August. At the November LSAC meeting, LSAC asked us to take a look at it further and work with some folks, some superintendents, as well as an attorney representing school districts regarding some changes. And as a result of that, we made several changes. However, there was one that is continued to be asked of the agency that we are unable to make and continue to be in compliance with the requirements of the federal regulation. So specifically, there was a motion at LSAC. It did not receive a second or a vote, but there was a motion by one superintendent to amend the proposed language in the state regulation before you at Section 4, subsection 1A and B, to strictly limit prior written notice to times when an ARC makes a decision. That's the IEP team meeting. So prior written notice under that proposed amendment at LSAC would only occur if an ARC makes a decision. However, if you look at the federal regulation, it is not that narrowly tailored. It speaks to a public agency, which in our case is the local education agency or school districts, must provide that written notice anytime it proposes to initiate or change or refuses to initiate or change any of those four big areas that Greta talked about. So to adopt the proposal that came in the form of a motion, it did not receive a second or a vote. But for the agency to make that change, it would be narrowly tailoring the requirements of the federal regulation and would not be compliant. Just as a reminder, the IDEA is a federal grant that the department receives from the U.S. Department of Education, and a condition of us receiving those funds is that we have to provide the same or greater protections to students with disabilities as are set forth in the federal regulation. So to narrowly tailor the requirements of prior written notice to only times when an ARC makes a decision, since that isn't provided in federal law, that would be decreasing the protections to students with disabilities and their parents. I'll also scroll down here and provide to you some information. The United States Department of Education has actually spoken to this issue on multiple occasions that I have copied for you there. And I'll just highlight a few of them. You'll see that in 2011, they provided guidance that answered this specific question. The question was, must a public agency provide a parent with prior written notice if an IEP is amended without convening a meeting of the IEP team? And the answer you'll see is yes. The last sentence in that line says this provision, that is the federal regulation, applies even if the IEP is revised without convening an IEP team meeting. In 2012, the department issued Letter to Chandler, which was a guidance document. And you'll notice the last sentence there that I have copied. It says this notice must be provided in either of these circumstances, irrespective of whether or not the proposal or refusal is made during the course of an IEP team meeting. And then finally, in 2019, the Department of Education, Federal Department of Education, issued Letter to Siegel, which again confirms that prior written notice must be provided. In this case, it was a district refusing to convene an IEP team meeting. The parent had requested that, and the department opined if the parent requests that the public agency convene the IEP team meeting prior to the start of the school year, and the public agency refuses to do so, it must provide written notice to the parent of the refusal. The prior written notice must include, among other content, an explanation of why the agency determined that conducting the meeting is not necessary to ensure the provision of appropriate services to the student. LSAC also had recommended to the state board that there be a convening of a panel of legal experts to review. Of course, they just met last week, I guess it was, so there wasn't a lot of time between that meeting and this meeting. And I'll also note, of course, that if we get outside legal folks to review an issue, they don't have an attorney-client relationship with the board, so they don't have the same ethical obligations to the board that I do. But in any event, I did contact some of my colleagues in other states, those who serve as general counsels to state departments of education and state boards of education, to discuss this issue with them. And every single one that I contacted agreed that a state agency cannot narrowly tailor the prior written notice requirement as has been suggested in LSAC. So I'll pause there for just a moment if there are any questions.
All right, thank you, Todd. You can go ahead, take the screen down. Before we open up to entertain a motion on this, what questions might you have around this reg for Greta or Todd?
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions, I guess, to clear up some confusion on my part, I guess, from what I'm hearing or so forth. Since I've dealt with this issue many a times as being a superintendent and got conflicting things back from the state, not from our current administration, but on this particular topic. I was always told as a superintendent and corrected by OEA in the past that we cannot change a superintendent cannot change anything that an IEP is written. We're not allowed to comment. So how does this affect that particular situation? Because if a child has an IEP, I can't change things, and now you're saying, well, somebody can potentially, I guess, put out something in a letter saying that the LEA can change a placement or is going to potentially change a placement based on the local LEA versus the ARC. So I need clarification in that.
So there could be an example, because you're absolutely right, around the ARC being the decision-making body, but there could be a situation in which a parent requests an evaluation and the district doesn't convene an ARC meeting but provides documentation that there's no reason to suspect a disability and therefore will not be convening an ARC meeting. So there was a decision that was made that the district made, and so they would need to provide prior written notice for its refusal to act upon an evaluation. Another example of that could be if a parent requests an reevaluation sooner than the 3-year timeline that's set forth in the regulation. And if the district declines that, again, it may have done so without an ARC meeting, but would still need to provide the parent with prior written notice. And then, quite frankly, there are times that, a district might do something that wouldn't be in line with the ARC and violate other procedural or have other procedural violations under the IDA, but would still need to provide prior written notice to the parent.
Yeah, okay. The other part that I have is in relationship to some of the discussion that also, I guess, occurred at LSAC, just for clarification. So if a student, you had mentioned at the beginning about behavioral issues and so forth. So if a school system is implementing PBIS, for example, and a child doesn't have any particular behavioral issues in their IEP, but under this, if a child is acting out in, let's say, the cafeteria, this is just made up right now off the top of my head, is acting out in the cafeteria, 5 or 6 other students with them, a teacher takes them over to the side, they implement their PBS strategy. So they basically are missing something else that maybe the IEP may address or so forth. And I know that you all have said that, that is not necessarily a removal, but if they are removed, from that period of time from something else, then that's got to count towards a suspension, which ultimately a suspension requires notice to a parent. So I'm not privy to the clarification that you all gave back to LSAC and what you're going to do, or Chairman Young, but I would like the explanation for the rest of us, because we haven't seen that, how that clarification is being clarified to them, I guess. Sure, and we asked, and Greta agreed to provide further guidance. Specifically, there's some conflation there, Randy, around temporary removal, which is governed by a different regulation, not this one, and the issue of prior written notice. That might be a better question for Todd.
Sure. I think to summarize, Dr. Poe, the question that LSAC is really asking is, what is a removal? When is it a disciplinary removal? Because a removal and a disciplinary removal are not the same thing. And when does a disciplinary removal rise to the level of a change in placement? Only a change in placement would require the prior written notice. Neither removal nor disciplinary removal are defined in federal regulations or in the state regulation. And that is what I believe Associate Commissioner Hilton has agreed to provide guidance on, to help guide districts on what is a removal, what is a disciplinary removal, and when does a disciplinary removal rise to the level of a change in placement. The United States Department of Education has already issued guidance on that in 2016, I believe it is. Associate Commissioner Hilton can correct me if I'm wrong, that provides a lot of clarity, but we can build on that at the state level for the guidance that we send out to districts.
And Randy, that's the one we refer to as the Dear Colleagues letter from 2016. Yeah, correct. Right. I mean, I think that's what the districts need, is clarification exactly around what you just explained, Todd. And I guess I would have just had preferred a little bit of clarification, since there was a no action from LSAC. Just as a board member, when I was reading the letter, that really brought attention to a particular topic. So that's the reason for the clarifications here. So I thank you both. Thank you. Any other questions? We definitely don't want to rush this conversation.
Yes, Chair Young, this is Allison. I have a question and more of a comment. As a special education teacher of students with emotional behavior disorders, I'm very grateful that Greta is going to be working on in the department on guidance around this, because this has been a topic, an issue for quite a while. And, the removal of students due to behavior issues, and where does that land with their IEP? And I'm just curious with this, when it talks about changes to the IEP and not having to have, without an IEP meeting, an ARC, of course, I've never had to participate in anything like that, and I'm not sure where that's going. Is that what it's talking about? Is if a child is removed for behavioral stuff? Because I'm just curious if that's what they're talking about, changes to the IEP. If Greta could address that.
Sure. So I think that's part of the confusion that came up in LSAC, because technically we're not talking about things that would normally be done outside of an ARC meeting. If any of those four categories, if anything is proposed to be changed or refused, typically that occurs within an ARC meeting. However, there are times that it may not, and in times that I could think of, and actually I think it's in the comments of the Federal Register. An example would be if a parent requests that evaluation to occur and the district chose not to do it because the data was sufficient and there was no need for for them to suspect a disability, then the district may decline and may not have an IEP team meeting or an ARC to discuss that. But again, Allison, I think to your point, that's going to be far and few between. And if in line with behavior, none of the changes that we have presented have anything to do with behavior. So all of the behavior provisions that districts have currently been engaged in, and we've provided training and support around discipline since 2018 or 2019. It was 2019, I believe, when we did the superintendent's EdCast, when we discussed, the differences between removals and, disciplinary removals and change of placement. So none of that's going to change. And we're going to continue to provide support and guidance to districts and special educators across the state. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you, Greta. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I
Yes.
might weigh in just for a second. So I think in the, just to go a little deeper into the LSAC meeting and what happened there, and I'll state up front that these are my interpretations and inferences about what occurred. All that we have as an official action is that the LSAC took no action on this item and then asked the department to follow up and gain additional legal expertise on this, or a panel of attorneys that they asked for. There were really, I think, two main points of contention or confusion. One had to do with this, did a temporary disciplinary removal rise to the level of a change in placement that would trigger the notice that's in this? So we've said repeatedly in this meeting, in that meeting, and in multiple times before that we do not consider a temporary disciplinary removal to rise to the level of a change in placement. But there is criteria that's established around when and if that would take place. So to cure that or resolve it, we volunteered to provide guidance to districts on what that means. And so that's how we're solving that issue. The second concern really, I think, was the result of differences in legal opinion as to whether or not our state regulation could narrowly limit prior written notice to just when the ARC takes action. And it's our belief at the Department of Education, your legal counsel, Todd Allen's belief, that limiting that prior written notice only to when the ARC take action overly restricts the rights of parents to receive that notice. And then the LSAC heard from an attorney that represents school districts that had a different legal opinion about that. And so my inference is that the LSAC is made up of local superintendents. They are not attorneys, and they had conflicting legal opinions. And so the way that they resolved that was to take no action and to ask us to involve some more attorneys in the review. And so that's what we did. And so Todd reached out to counterparts of his, people who do his same job in other states, presented the same problem to them and said, asked what is the right determination on this. Unanimously, what came back to him was that Todd's analysis, Greta's analysis, and the department's stance that narrowly tailoring this regulation only to times that an ARC would change placement would be going beyond what's in federal law and would limit the rights of parents to receive notice. And so that's why our recommendation to you is to move forward and approve this regulation as it's been presented.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Glass. Very helpful. I will tell you that I sympathize and understand on behalf of my fellow board members that this is a very in the weeds legal consideration, and I've been just trying to listen and follow the advice of our general counsel as we move forward. Does anyone have any further questions that you would like discussed?
I'll just make a statement. This is Randy. I understand what the issues are, and I respect that, Commissioner Glass, about the difference there. I think where the issue also comes down is that the proper guidance in those questions, if those would have been done in advance, may have eliminated some of the questions. That's where we are. So it's not that I don't think that I understand the issue. I just want to make sure I do understand the issue. I just feel that some of the communication to either LSAC back or to us as a board would have clarified some of that in advance. That's all.
I agree. Additional guidance will be very helpful.
And just a comment on that, we, at least in the time that I've been here and been involved in these conversations, the department has been unequivocal on our statements that a temporary disciplinary removal is not a change in placement. And so at the LSAC meeting, what was requested is really that we put that in writing. And so we are willing to do that to again clarify the unequivocal statements that we've made on that previously.
Excellent, thank you. At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion
This
to
is
approve.
Sharon. I'd like to move that we approve the recommended regulatory changes.
Excellent, thank you, Dr. Robinson. Do we have a second?
This is Claire Batt. I second.
Thank you, Ms. Batt. Any further discussion? All right, again, thanks to everyone for the helpful information. Dr. Brewer, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams, and I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
Thank you. At this time, we will turn our attention to item C with Associate Commissioner Dr. Kelly Foster, who will provide an overview of proposed amendments to 701 KAR 5:100. Dr. Foster.
Hi, good afternoon. Before I actually get into my slides, I did want to just comment and recognize the Kentucky Student Voice team. They were one of the groups that had a comment there that Chair Young shared with everyone. And there's been a lot going on the agenda today around SBDM councils. And so I just kind of wanted to clarify, Chair Young, if that's okay, if I make a comment back to that. So I just really want to say thanks again to the Kentucky Student Voice team. I think it's great when we see youth, young people out there trying to be part of the work in education and really appreciate their input. And did want to clear up for the board before I get into my presentation about their comment. So we are proposing some changes to the SBDM Reg 701 KAR 5:100. But what their comment was about is not being changed in the reg. So I believe their comment dealt with student members being voting members of SBDM councils. And so they currently are able to do that, and they will continue to be able to do that if they go through the process of bringing that change to the state board. The changes in this current reg, or the changes we're proposing in the reg, deal with something a little bit different around classified staff or non-voting student members. So just wanted to take a second and kind of clear that up, as far as they would still have the option to do that through a alternative model application. And I'll be glad to take any questions about that, as we move through the presentation. Okay, so next slide, please. So what we are doing earlier on the consent agenda, we repealed one of the site-based regulations that had the application in that regulation. And so now that that regulation has been repealed, we're adding the application to this regulation that we're bringing to you today. And just want to go through the sections and talk a little bit about the changes. Section 1 is defining parent to have the same meaning as defined in the KRS 163.45. It is also making sure that teacher has the same meaning as defined in 163.45. Next slide, please. Okay, when looking at section 2, anything that is in bold on this slide is new information. Anything that is not bolded is the same information in the reg previously, but maybe it has been excuse me, moved around. So we'll walk through the changes in section 2. Section 2 creates a timeline for the creation and submission of an alternative model application, and that timeline would be January 1 through March the 1st. It creates a 30-day timeline for the referral of the applications to KBE. It requires KBE to review the applications at the meeting following the 30-day referral window. It establishes the date for the implementation of the new alternative SBDM models as of July 1. And then it clarifies that applications for alternative SBDM models are not required for changes that maintain the statutorily required membership ratios or add non-voting members. So what the changes that we're proposing really do is a lot of times in the month of June, and sometimes throughout the school year, but a lot of times they're at the June board meeting, I will bring to you all like I did earlier today. Earlier there today, I believe it was LaRue County and
Atherton.
And so they were wanting to add non-voting member students to their SBDM councils. And so the biggest change in this reg is moving forward, they won't have to fill out the alternative model application process and bring that to the state board. So a local school district, a local council, they would be able to add those non-voting members, either a classified member, or excuse me, yes, a classified member or a student member. And so that's really, what we're after is to give that relief to the local SBDM councils. So that's the biggest change today. All right, let's look at Section 3. Section 3 just reiterates some of the date changes that you saw in Section 2. If we could move to Section 3 slide, please. Thank you. Creating the timeline for applications from January 1 to March 1. Requires requests for exemptions to SBDM to be referred to the KBE. Establishes the date for implementation of exemptions to start on July 1, and requires schools to reapply for the SBDM exemptions annually. Section 4, next slide, please. We don't have any changes in Section 4. And then the next slide is Section 5. No changes there. And then Section 6 talks about the application, which was in the reg that we repealed earlier and that we're moving into this reg. And so that is my presentation around the proposed changes to the reg, and I'll be glad to take any questions.
All right, thank you, Kelly. And Soliana, based on our conversations, this may be where you want to share a little bit and ask more specifically about the question about voting membership.
Yeah, sorry, my hand was going crazy in the beginning, but thank you for the clarification, Ms. Foster, about that in the beginning. You definitely answered my question on how students as voting members would kind of fall into that SBDM membership. It's kind of, I have kind of a comment, but over just the past month and, seeing all this surge of advocacy around student membership and student voice, I think it is really vital, especially with many conversations about SBDMs in today's meeting, to kind of hone in on that student perspective and how much they contribute to the conversation as well, and how vital it is. And hopefully in time, as we learn from as we have models such as Atherton and LaRue High School, which are great, and they are part of this normalization process. So hopefully a lot of other local boards and local schools will follow suit, and hopefully students can later on become voting members. And I'm really excited for this transition, and I love the discussions regarding this topic. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. I will share with the group too, and Todd may want to weigh in as well, but I do think the department, we do have some concerns with students being voting members of SBDM councils, and most of those are for their protection. Students cannot be held to the same legal and ethical standards as an adult because they're not an adult. Site-based councils sometimes have to sign legal documents, and because the student member would not be considered a legal adult, their parent might have to be involved in signing that document, and then you're kind of changing the numbers on the council. You're adding another parent almost to the council. And then the last one would deal with personnel decisions. And, the student member wouldn't be held to the same standards as confidentiality around the hiring and firing of different people. So just those are some things to think about. But we definitely are in support of having student members on SBDM councils and them being part of those conversations. As you referenced earlier. So just thought I'd share that with the group, Todd, too. And Todd, I don't know if there's anything you want to say or if I covered everything.
Nothing to add from me. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. And Ms. Sloan?
Listening to Ms. Foster's concerns from the department about students having voting membership. I totally understand those concerns, and I think they're valid, something to look into. But I know there are other states who currently have some voting members on different boards and stuff within their education system. So maybe that's something we could look into is work with some other states to find out how they do that and what regulations go around that, just for future.
All right. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Yeah, that's good advice as well, especially if we want to provide guidance to councils that would consider that. I guess just a clarification, and Kelly's already mentioned it, but if the voting numbers do change, then the alternative application would still apply. So I was a strong supporter of this change on the front end at the request of the Kentucky Association for School Councils, who first brought it to my attention. And I do think it is a giant step in the direction of that Soliana described, of encouraging and opening the door to student participation without having to go through the additional hoop of applying for the alternative model. So that's why I do support this as a first step forward. Any further questions or comments before we consider an action? All right, thank you. Hearing none, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve amendments to 701 KAR 5:100, guidelines for alternative models for school-based decision-making. Do we have such a motion?
Madam Chair, I so move.
Thank you, Ms. Adams. Do we have a second?
This is Lee Todd, and I second the motion.
Thank you, Dr. Todd. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, thank you. Dr. Brewer, please call roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt votes yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling votes yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
It's Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
All right, thank you. Next item on our agenda is item D. Thank you, Dr. Foster. And I will turn to Associate Commissioner David Horstman and Assistant Director Kylie Whitaker to provide an overview of proposed amendments to the federal Perkins performance goals. Associate Commissioner Horstman, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon. We're here today to request approval of amendments to Kentucky's Carl D. Perkins federal performance goals. The staff note discussed the core indicators and the fact that if performance levels are not met, the state would be required to prepare a corrective action plan. States can adjust their performance levels if the performance levels have been met previously. Unlike some of the other U.S. Department of Ed policies during the pandemic, Perkins did not waive performance level goals. Due to the pandemic, there's been reduced participation in career and technical education, which dramatically impacts performance levels. And considering the impact on CTE enrollments and opportunities for in-person instruction, the decision was made to amend the performance levels. If performance levels aren't met for 2 years, then we risk the possibility of losing funding. And during fiscal year 19, Kentucky received a total of $19.6 million through the Perkins Act. As required by federal law, these proposed new performance goals have been posted for public comment for 60 days, beginning February the 2nd through April the 2nd on our Department of Education's website. And as the closing date, there were no comments. The proposed amendments to the federal Perkins performance goals were developed and reviewed by the leadership and data stewards within the Office of Career and Technical Education and in collaboration with the Kentucky Community and Technical College System. Additionally, the local Superintendent's Advisory Council reviewed and approved on March the 30th. So with that overview, we'd be glad to entertain any questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Horstman. Any further discussion, questions? All right, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the amendment to the federal Perkins performance goals as described. Do we have such a motion?
Jamie Bowling, and I so move.
Thank you, Mrs. Boland. Do we have a second?
Albus Johnson, I second that motion.
And thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Dr. Brewer, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Albus Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, and I vote yes. Good job.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I also vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
All right, thank you so much. The
Thank
next
you.
Our agenda, we'll turn to Associate Commissioner Rhonda Sims and Division Director Jennifer Stafford, who will provide an overview of the proposed amendments and discuss feedback received from various stakeholders regarding 703 KAR 5:240 administrative procedures and guidelines. Rhonda.
Thank you, Chair. I want to provide just a little context for the board. States are routinely asked to participate by the U.S. Department of Ed in a consolidated performance review for title programs. You might think of this as a federal audit. And in August 17 through 21 of 2020, Kentucky was asked to participate. Even though we were in a pandemic, it was done virtually, and lots of meetings and analysis of documents and information. From that audit, we've received recommendations as well as findings. And findings are things that need to be corrected in our program. So one item that has been something we've used for many years in Kentucky is a category of exemption from the state assessment called extraordinary circumstances. And we have been told in a finding from the audit that we need to remove that category of exemptions and only consider medical exemptions. So we are bringing forward this single change to regulation ending in 240. The regulation itself had a rather extensive review really very recently. It only became final in April of 2020. from a more broad-based time of just looking at this reg again and suggesting any changes. So we obviously want to do what's best for students. And one of the things in our looking at the data is we've been quite narrow in what we've put into the medical exemption category, which is one that's allowed federally. So we'll need to be sort of looking at how we can move and define that category more fully as we move forward in the future, since we cannot use the extraordinary circumstance designation. Jennifer Stafford is on the line with me, and Jennifer works obviously in all of our communications around assessment and accountability. We've already been getting this information out into the field because that is required from our audit. But I want Jennifer to talk with you a little bit about just how we see this sort of impacting and how we can move forward in the future to, again, do what's best for individual students. And this is a focus on individual students. It's not a focus on if something dramatic happened for a whole district, we would have another method to handle that as we approach the U.S. Department of Ed. So Jennifer, I believe you're online with us. If you'd like to talk a little bit about our implementation of this change.
Thank you, Rhonda, and good afternoon, board members and special guest. As Rhonda mentioned, we have over the years had an extraordinary circumstance non-participation routinely. As the accountability system has matured, we have gotten more mature and more specified in our applications. So the extraordinary circumstance has been provided to the U.S. Department of Education in our documentation for years. And I believe that this year, because of the pandemic, they had a little bit more time to review in more detail our documentation and did find it. And as Rhonda mentioned, did recommend us removing the extraordinary circumstance. We do have the definition of our medical non-participation that does include physical, mental, and emotional circumstances. So many of our extraordinary circumstance non-participations do fall into that expanded medical non-participation definition. So to align to the U.S. Department of Education's recommendation, we have gone ahead and trained that the removal of the non-participation of extraordinary circumstance is being removed. This step with the regulation is taking that needed regulatory requirement to update our amendments for that finding. And so with the explanation, again, with the medical non-participation and more fully encompassing all of those different pieces of mental, emotional, as well as physical, we will be able to approve many of those circumstances that were previously extraordinary circumstances within that medical. And just a few examples of that would be things that difficult circumstances that our students unfortunately face, such as domestic violence. Our students sometimes are unfortunate to have to face a death of loved ones in their family. Some other students, some of our girls who may be pregnant have medical circumstances with their pregnancy that would have fallen into the non-participation of extraordinary circumstance, but could clearly move into that expanded definition of medical non-participation. So again, we feel like that making this step will not have a huge impact on our districts, but be able to utilize that expanded definition. So let me pause there and see if there's any questions about the removal of that particular non-participation.
Thank you, Jennifer. And I feel certain some folks will have some questions. I do want to just reiterate that the number of non-participation requests are extremely low. So in the big scheme of things, this does not happen a lot. And by expanding the definition of a medical exemption to include social and emotional trauma, on the part of the student, it's likely that that will subsume, that all of the other issues would be subsumed under that category. But what questions might you have for Jennifer?
Chair Young, let me add one thing. You mentioned the size, relative size. When we looked at documentation we provide for the federal level, I think we had around 300 things that fit into extraordinary candidate. Now that's out of 650,000 students. So it's a really tiny percentage, and almost all of those probably can fall under medical. We're not so sure, depending on the circumstances, a student being a runaway might not be able to fall under that. So we will have a few things that may pop up, but again, should something happen broadly to a district, if you had something where it's a weather tornado or a tragedy of some sort that's a whole community tragedy, then we would just approach the U.S. Department of Ed very differently around that. This is very much individual. I will also share that LSAC did hear this, as well as SCAC. Both were supportive of the change, understanding the federal requirement, and SCAC was also supportive of this being a single read in front of the board.
Oh, good. Yeah, thank you for that reminder. Any questions? All right, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve amendments to 703 KAR 5:240, Administrative Procedures and Guidelines.
This is Patrice McCrary. I so move.
Thank you, Mrs. McCrary. Do we have a second?
This is Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you, Mrs. Adams. On that motion and second, is there further discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Brewer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Boleen, and I vote yes.
Aldous Johnson.
Aldous Johnson, and I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, and I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
All right. Thank you so much. And thanks, Rhonda and Jennifer. At this time, we'll turn our attention to item G. No, F, excuse me. Amendment to 703 KAR 5:070, inclusion of special populations in state required assessment and accountability. So back to team Rhonda, Kelly, and Greta.
That's right. And Jennifer will still be part of that conversation. This is another continuation of our context of the federal audit. So we had one finding that impacts the inclusions of special populations and assessment and accountability program regulation related to our English language learners. Because we needed to open the reg to make that one change, this reg does include a lot of context around accommodations and working with students that are in special populations, such as School for the Deaf and Blind, also special students with special needs, students with disability, our English learners. So we obviously look to our partners in Dr. Foster's office and in Commissioner Hilton's office, and just to see if there were any other clarifications that might be needed in the regulation or improvements based on some confusion that might exist in the field. So we're bringing forward to you a set of changes. I would say only really the change out of assessment that Jennifer will talk about in just a moment is substantive. The other things are really clarifications, trying to improve the understanding people have as they're administering this at the school and the district level. So I'm going to kick it off to Dr. Foster, who will talk to you a little bit about the changes recommended from her group. Then we'll go to Associate Commissioner Hilton, and then we'll come back to Jennifer to outline the specific changes for assessment. But again, only one change around English learners was the federal requirement, and Jennifer will review that in just a second. So Dr. Foster, Kelly, are you with with us to
I'm
kind of
here.
highlight your changes.
Sure. So just like Rhonda said, oh, I hear an echo. Can you all hear me okay? Just as Rhonda mentioned, we took the opportunity since the reg was going to be open to make some changes. And most of the changes are in the reg from my office is rearranging the order of some things. And then when we would do consolidated monitoring in districts, some findings that we would see on a regular basis, we made some adjustments as well in those areas to help with the process. So I'll quickly walk through the changes that OCIS made to 701 KAR 5:070. So we reordered how some of the things from our office were set up. And we now see that the definition section comes first, the identification section follows that, and then the testing requirements is the third section around the EL students. We made small language updates throughout to align to Title III of ESSA. We also created a definition for what is called the PSP, the Program Services Plan, and districts use those for their EL students. It also, we created a requirement that schools and districts use the KDE Created Home Language Survey. And there are a couple of benefits for districts by using the KDE Created Survey. We will be able to have that translated into several different languages. That way, the district will have access to them free of cost. And that was one of the things that kept popping up on civil rights audit findings. And so, by having the state created home language survey, we think that will help with those audit findings as well. We also changed the EL monitoring period from 2 years to 4 years to align with ESSA. And then we also defined the membership of the PSP, the Program Service Plan, and it looks very much like what you would normally see in an ARC committee. We have a parent representation, regular ed teacher, EL teacher, someone who can interpret the evaluation results, an individual who has knowledge or expertise regarding the child at the discretion of the parent, related services personnel when needed, and then the child if appropriate. And then we also created an opt-out procedure for parents, which is a federal requirement. So those are the pieces of the reg from my office that we've made changes in at this time. And so now I will turn it over to Greta.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. So the Office of Special Education and Early Learning also took this opportunity to clean up some language to really just provide clarification and specify any language around students with disabilities. There wasn't, we didn't have any substantial changes, but I'll take just a moment and go through the proposed changes with you. We added language that a student's ARC is responsible for determining the accommodations. We removed the term education plan and added more specific language such as IEP 504 or 504 plan. We removed example of disability categories since those weren't needed. We added language that the most recent version of the student's IEP or 504 plan or PSP should be reviewed prior to state required content assessment to ensure the student's needs are met. We specifically stated that an IEP must be reviewed and revised annually. We referenced 707 KAR Chapter 1 and removed the reference to the Kentucky Administrative Regulations related to exceptional children. We updated the language that the ARC makes the decisions regarding the use of accommodations, and we changed the reference of alternate assessment program to Kentucky alternate assessment again, just to update that. And we also removed the transition language since it was outdated and it was actually tied successful transition to the alternate assessment, which again was just outdated. So that's a summary of the changes that we made in OCIL. And unless you have any questions about those, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Associate Commissioner Sims.
Thank you. I'll have Jennifer Stafford highlight for you specifically the assessment changes. Jennifer?
Thank you, Rhonda. The substantive change that was made from the assessment and accountability was the removal of the specific language from the finding from the U.S. Department of Education. Specifically, they found that the kindergarten students in our EL program, the students that are English language learners, in the regulation did not have the opportunity to exit. And the U.S. Department of Education noted that all students should be able to have the ability to demonstrate their English language level and exit the program. So our specific change to the regulation and the purpose for opening the regulation was to remove the specific language that kindergarten students shall not exit EL status until after they are fully English language proficient in the first grade. So that language was removed due to that federal audit. So that's the one area that had substantive changes. I do want to highlight for transparency that we have edited a couple of things as we approached the review of the regulation. We did remove the term simplified language as well as paraphrasing. We found that those are allowed for all students for the directions only. So when students are taking the state assessments, they can have simplified language or paraphrasing if they don't understand the directions. Now, that's not any way impacting or applied to the specific items on the assessment, but only the directions. And because that is for all students, we felt like that it was misplaced here in an accommodations regulation. So that's been removed from the regulation, but not removed from practice. So what we'll do is we'll emphasize the paraphrasing as well as simplified language in our training and administration manuals. The last piece I want to highlight for you, again, is a technical change, but not a change to our application or our practice, that the word reader previously, after the words reader for our state assessment, it clarified that the text or human, text-to-speech or human reader would be accepted as a reader. And as we feel like that the use of our text-to-speech accommodation for our state assessments have broadened, that we've just removed that specific term from the regulation, because we feel like that regardless if it's the computer reading to the student or a human reading to the student, it's a reader. So we've removed that specific language. After reader, we've removed the reference to text-to-speech or human and just called it a reader. So again, that is just a technical change and not any change to practice or implementation.
And Chair Young, like the rotation of 240, we were able to speak with the timing with SCAC as well as LSAC. LSAC and SCAC were both supportive of the changes, and again, LSAC was supportive of the one read for this particular change. But so we'll pause and see what questions you might have for us at this point. I think you're on mute, Chair Young.
Still a rookie. Thank you. I'm starting to feel like a DAC again, ladies. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
I'm sure you are.
Mrs. McCrary has a question.
Absolutely.
Just a quick one. Does this take effect immediately for this next cycle?
Yes, it would, because now when I say it takes effect, the things that are federal findings, which is the exiting EL students from the kindergarten assessment, and then in 240 that you passed earlier, the change on extraordinary circumstances, those two items do need to move into federal effect. In fact, we have to respond back to the U.S. Department of Ed with evidence that we have made those changes for the findings. So they would move forward and the regs would then catch up.
So DACs will be alerted, because I'm sure some schools have already gone through the training process.
Well, in fact, this was included in the training. And anticipate based on, here's the finding we've received federally. The training, Jennifer has already done those trainings. They're out posted online. Jennifer, I noticed you popped back on camera. You might have a comment for Patrice.
That's correct. Thanks, Patrice. Both of the changes, both in 240 and 070, as far as the impact on the assessment and accountability, it has been communicated to the field and trained. We're now just taking the step to catch the reg up and amend the regulation to adhere to that federal finding.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the team? All right, thank you so much, everyone. At this time, I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the amendments to 703 KAR 5:070, inclusion of special populations in the state required assessment and accountability program. Do we have such a motion?
Albus Johnson, I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We have a motion. Ms. Adams, is that a second?
That's a second.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Okay, thank you. Dr. Brewer, if you would please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Aldous Johnson.
Albus Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary, and I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young, I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
All right, thanks everyone. At this time, I'll invite Division Director Che Ritter and Branch Manager Greg Dunbar to join us to provide an overview of the request on behalf of Hardin County School District to waive 702 KAR 4:160 regarding capital construction process section 61C4C2 and section 305.5 of the Kentucky School Facilities Planning Manual incorporated by reference into 702 KAR 4:180 related to allowable floor area of the additions and renovations of Central High School. Pretty glamorous stuff here, Che. Take it away.
It is. It's a mouthful to say. I commend you for doing it so well. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. It's Che Ritter. This one is about Central Hardin High School. I'll run through the numbers very quickly with you. The existing facility has about 209,000 square feet based on a projected enrollment of about 1,800 students. The regulation would allow it to go up to about 219,000 square feet or about 10,000 square feet more. However, the district, once they complete the entire construction, which they're going to do in phases, the entire floor area would be about 276,000 square feet. So this exceeds our usual 20% threshold, which is established by a regulation. And the proposed increase gets them to about 26% or 57,000 square feet. So therefore, the district is requesting a waiver from this regulation in order to construct beyond the usual floor limits of the regulation. And for a little more context, I believe the school was, or the phases were built, original phases in 1976 and 1990. And as I said, I believe they're going to do this in a couple of phases to complete the project.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Che. Any concerns on your part or that of the team approving the waiver request?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone have questions for Che? All right, then we're open to a motion to approve this waiver request from Hardin County Schools as described.
It's Lee Todd, I make a move.
Motion from Dr. Todd. Do we have a second?
Randy Poe, I'll second.
And a second from Dr. Poe. Any further discussion or questions for Che? All right, thank you. Hearing none. Dr. Brewer, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Jamie Bowling. Aldous Johnson.
Albus Johnson votes yes.
Mrs. Bowling, would you like to vote?
Yes, Jamie Bowling votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
Patrice McCrary, I vote yes.
Randy
Yes.
Make sure I'm muted.
I vote yes. Jamie Bowling.
Oh, sorry. Doing a
I
little
voted
bit-
yes.
You did. I appreciate that. We are.
Johnson votes yes.
Let me see if I can.
Mrs. Bowling, would you like to vote? Yes.
Our
Jamie
guests
Bowling
who
votes yes.
just joined could mute. That would be wonderful. Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes. All
All
right.
members present have voted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then back to Che for a similar request, this time from Clay County Schools to waive a site improvement cost limitation of 10% of the total project budget set forth in 702 KAR 4:050. Che.
Thank you, Chair Young. This one's a little different. You'll see these occasionally pop up, particularly in Eastern Kentucky, where the site development costs do get a bit more expensive. In this case, Clay County is wanting to build a ATC. The existing facility is not at the high school, so they want to build this facility adjacent to the high school. This will allow them to obviously have a kind of closed campus, if you will, as well as eliminate transportation cost. And in order to do this, the site development, or I should say acquisition and site preparation, exceed the 10% set forth in reg, and to wit, it's about 31.4%. Therefore, the district is requesting a waiver from the regulation, which allows for a 10% cost in site acquisition and site preparation.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions might you have for Che?
I do
Dr.
have
Robinson.
a question. I'm wondering if we need to think about a regulatory change. I mean, is 10% still viable as the percentage for acquisition and site preparation cost?
You asked the questions.
Go ahead, Matt. Do you want me to answer, Chair
Yes,
Young?
please.
So,
Please, go ahead.
right, actually, the timing of your question is good because we're actually convening a task force to look at a lot of the operations of how we do facilities approvals and how facilities are built in Kentucky. And that will be one of the questions about some of these thresholds that we have in place. Are they still viable? Do we need to move them up, move them down? And what's an appropriate number? For, this is a really good example of that. Has the cost of this exceeded 10%? Now, anecdotally, it's going to depend on where you are, of course. In some of the areas, and it may be in the flattest place in Kentucky, but the soil may require remediation and something like that. So this is something we most definitely will be looking at on our task force.
Well, it just seems like quite a differential. It's a big delta from 10 to 33. So it provoked that question. Thanks. I look forward to to hearing from your task force.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate the question too, Sharon. I remember site development was a big deal even when I was in Jessamine. We had huge karst features in central Kentucky that were always an issue. Oftentimes the sites that you buy don't already have sewer piping and all those kinds of things. So you just never know in a project how expensive site development is going to be. So super helpful, and I appreciate the flexibility that Greg and his team provide when it comes to the opportunity for waivers. I will also mention that Dr. Poe has expressed an interest along the way too of taking a really close look at facilities regulations and any relief and support we can provide for districts as well. Any other questions for Che? All right, hearing none. At this time, I will entertain a motion to approve the request from Clay County School District to waive the site improvement cost limitation as set forward in the reg mentioned here in the agenda. Do we have such a motion?
This is
Sharon Robinson, I so move.
All right, I heard Dr. Robinson and then Mr. Johnson. Is that right?
You did.
All right, excellent. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Meredith, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batts.
Claire Batt, yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Aldous Johnson.
Aldous Johnson votes yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
This is Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All members present voted, and I see that Ms. Bloodworth has rejoined us.
Oh, excellent.
Welcome back.
Yay, 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 Holly. At this time, Holly, we are ready to take a look at item I. Che, your dance card is full. This is regarding an amendment to 702 KAR 3:060, procedure for payment of employees. And this is Associate Commissioner Kenny, Director Ritter, and Policy Advisor Matt Ross.
Thank you, Chair Young. I do have my policy advisor, Matt Ross, and Shay's going to stick around in case you have any process questions. But the action item before the board is a proposed amendment to 702 KAR 3:060. And the reason that we are bringing this before you for consideration today is to conform this regulation with statutory changes that happened to KRS 157.395 in the 2020 session. So we are catching the regulation up to what the statute actually requires us to do. So KRS 157.395 actually creates two different cohorts now for our national board certified teachers. And we heard from, I think, Mrs. McCrary, the value of our national board certified teachers and the rigor that it requires to really attain this credentialing. But the General Assembly has now created two cohorts for funding purposes for our national board certified teachers. So the first cohort is those that obtain that status as of from July 14, 2000 through July 1st of 2020. So it's the one, if you attained your national board certification before then and you are retaining that status, really there is nothing that changes. It allows for an annual salary supplement of $2,000 for the life of the certificate. And then it creates a second cohort of national board certified teachers.
I don't know if we got another one, we can print out another one or not.
Certification after July 1st, 2020. So this would come into effect this year. They can receive that salary supplement in accordance with the amount that is appropriated by the General Assembly. So if it is less than that $2,000, the local board may still make up the difference up to that $2,000, but they are not required to do so. Of course, we encourage and understand the value of the National Board Certified Teacher Certificate, so we are supportive of that, but no longer for the second cohort after that July 1st, 2020, will districts be required to, but they may make up the difference up to the $2,000. Again, we are only doing this, really the amendment to conform with the statutory requirements passed by the General Assembly. So I'm happy to take any questions, or if you have any questions about our current process or what that process might look like going forward.
Thank you, Robin. Board members, what questions might you have? Oh, yes, Holly.
Yes, for cohort 1, it's not fully funded as it is it?
No, it has not been fully funded. And what happens is we take whatever appropriation that we have based upon the number of those that are certified, and we are authorized to prorate across the funds that we have. But typically, districts have stepped up to the plate and made up the difference.
Thank you. And then Dr. Poe.
Yeah, I was just going to the same comment that it wasn't fully funded, and I'm glad about the flexibility of the district, but unfortunately, I think the legislature once again has not fully funded public education here. And that's also part of a reason why some districts have cut back on promoting and also paying for teachers to get the certification, because ultimately they're paying for that. Then they have to pay for the stipend, and then they're getting grief from the other associations about rank 1 or rank 2 not being supplemented in the same way, since they're now having to pay. So whatever we can continue to do, we need to make sure that we mount pressure on the legislature to fully fund this like the intention was, because it is a great program.
It's an excellent point, Mr. Poe. I'm sure that as we move into discussions on the budget and the board considers your priorities for additional budget requests, this might be one that you want to have further discussion on. We'd be happy to circle back to you on the numbers of National Board Certified Teachers and how short we have been, so that we can develop an appropriate request for full funding.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve the amendments to 702 KAR 3:060 regarding payment to employees as described.
This is Claire Batt. I make such motion.
Thank you so much, Ms. Batt. Do we have a second?
Jamie Bowling, I second it.
And Mrs. Bowling, thank you. Any further discussion or questions for Robin? All right, thank you. Meredith, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. My vote is yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
Holly Bloodworth, yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
All right, thank you. At this time, we will move into a series of review items, starting with Dr. Foster, who will introduce Superintendents Spencer and Watts.
All right, good afternoon again. We will start off with Breathitt County and Superintendent Watts. So Philip, if you're on, if you could turn your calendar on, turn your camera on and your volume up. And if you could please share with the board some positives that are going on in your district, as well as some challenges that you're facing.
All right, thank you, Dr. Foster, and thank you, Chair Young and the Kentucky Board of Education. Just a couple quick updates. We're excited. We're starting to plan and do work around our summer program. We're looking at 6 weeks and 2 different sessions, and we're coming up with some exciting themes and trying to get back to some STEM activities and making sure all of those are aligned with standards and evidence-based practices. So we're excited about that. We broke ground on our new elementary. So in rural Kentucky, anytime you get a new facility, it's really exciting, especially when you're at a district that has declining enrollment. So we're super proud of all the work that's going on behind the scenes on our new school. Then we're really excited about getting back to in-person and seeing more and more kids enter buildings. Our board recently purchased some air purification machines for the classrooms. That's made our teachers a little bit more excited and a little bit more comfortable. It's small in nature, but just planning that's taking place for graduation and prom has everyone excited about that. Some of the deltas you've probably seen in the news. We've been dealing with the flood. We got hit pretty hard a few weeks ago. But just very thankful for all the support we're receiving. The ice storm got us pretty good too. A couple other deltas is the contact tracing that comes with having in-person classes. And then our big focus, biggest challenge we have ahead of us as a whole state and the individual district is the learning loss. But just thankful to be here. Thankful for the partnership we have with Dr. Foster and her team and the commissioner and all the wonderful guidance documents that get sent down for us to review. It actually helps us plan, interpret things, and make preparations for each week. And this has been the year full of change and, just trying to keep that energy up and that excitement up to get the school year closed out and get summer rolling and hopefully a great start to the school year next year. Thank you.
All right.
And I'll just share with the board too, just so you all will be aware, Breathitt County will be going through their next management audit sometime in the fall of 2022. So we haven't set an exact date yet with everything that's going on, but it will be the fall of 2022. And we'll be excited to go back and take a look at what's going on in the district and then to bring those results back to the Board of Education.
Any questions for Superintendent Watts before we turn our attention to Menifee County? All right, thank you so much. I think you're right. This could be the year of the guidance document.
Very much so.
It's got its own Instagram account, I think.
Okay, now if Superintendent Spencer from Menifee will join us and he'll give us an update on what's happening in Menifee County.
All right, thank you, Dr. Foster and the State Board. A lot of good things happening in Menifee. We've now been back in person now 4 days a week for K through 5 since March the 8th, or actually our K through 12 has actually been in person back 4 days a week since March the 8th. This is our first week back with K5 on a 5-day week schedule. And then our 6 through 12 will be operating on a 4-day a week, probably for the remainder of this school year. Right now, our graduation date is set for May the 21st. We're planning an outdoor activity with limited number of family members that can participate in the graduation ceremony. Right now, we have around 64% of our students that are coming back on in-person learning, and we're starting to make plans in preparation for the upcoming school year as far as what we're looking at coming back with in-person, as well as developing a virtual learning academy for our students that wish to remain on virtual, but we're going to really encourage all of our students to come back with in-person learning. Summer school, we have 5 weeks of summer school set up with our K through 8, and also some of our high school will also be participating. We're calling our summer programming, we're calling it Summer Elevation and Accelerate to Elevate. We're wanting to get our kids back on track and getting them to where they're performing, to where we know they're capable of performing. So we'll be starting our summer school on June 5th through the 26th, and then we'll have another session in the second week of July, and then we'll have a transition summer school for our students in grades kindergarten, 6th grade, and 9th grade for those transition levels. And then, of course, exciting things going on here in Menifee County. We will have completion of the K-8 building. That will be completed by the end of May. And we will be in, all of our K through 8 students will be in the new Menifee Central beginning for the July 21-22 school year. So we're very excited about that, and the community is excited. We'll be having some open houses and a variety of different times for our community to come in and take a look at that facility. We also will follow the lead of several districts, and we have placed the air purifiers in all classrooms. We're also currently working with KDE and transportation in trying to put air purifiers on our school buses. We're looking at doing a pilot program through a vendor to try to where we can have air purifiers on our school buses. And then we've just completed our KDE monitoring visits with all of our federal programs and our state programs, and we're very pleased with those results. Through the work of state management prior to being in Menifee County in the last 2 years of being state assisted, very little findings were found in our consolidated monitoring visits. So we're very pleased with those. And of course, we're also working on staffing, getting in preparation for the upcoming school year of hiring mental health counselors, guidance counselors, and a variety of things to help meet the needs of our kids. One of the things with the ESSER II funds that we're going to be utilizing, one of my goals is when I became state manager and then as superintendent, was to establish a preschool within Menifee County. And we will be utilizing some of our ESSER money to establish a preschool program in Menifee County. And we'll be utilizing our current Botts Elementary to house all of our early learning centers. So a lot of things going on. Of course, the challenges that we face all the time is with the COVID, making sure that our kids are safe and our community is safe, and trying to prevent the spread of COVID. And then doing that contact tracing is also a task for us. But and then also, making sure that we're identifying all of our kids that really need the summer school, that really need the summer elevation to get them to the next level. So a lot of good things going on in Menifee County, and we really appreciate the work of KDE and Dr. Foster and her staff.
Thank you so much, Tim. And a quick question, in the meantime, have you been relying on Head Start or preschool services out of a co-op, or what have you been doing?
We've been utilizing Gateway Head Start,
okay.
And so next year we will be doing a blended classroom where we'll be providing universal preschool. We actually just visited your old stomping grounds yesterday. I sent a teacher down, and she visited the Early Learning Center in Jessamine County, and that's where she actually taught in Jessamine County a few years ago. So she's going to be leading our preschool. She's going to be our preschool teacher.
Oh, excellent. Text me the name. I'd love to hear about that.
I will do so.
Does anyone else have questions for Superintendent Spencer?
I'll just add that Menifee will be going through their next management audit in the spring of 2022. So that will happen in the spring and then come to you guys as well for your all's approval and next steps. Excellent. Thank you. Oh, yes, Dr. Robinson.
I have a question. Sorry, this is Sharon. I was looking at some of the reports, some of your project management reports, and in both instances, I'm wondering, are you able to keep pace with your staffing requirements, and with how have staffing and transportation changed? How have those dynamics changed due to the pandemic?
With staffing in Menifee, of course, we were kind of fortunate this year. A vast majority of our staff members were vaccinated, but also where we're building the new Menifee Central, we're combining 2 elementary schools. Staffing for us, we should be able to accommodate, because we're not going to be doing any non-renewals for the most part in Menifee County this year. So we've been fortunate in the fact that we will be hiring a few different staff members for our team, but a lot of that is through attrition and also through the combination of the schools. Transportation has been a task. We actually have had students that were doing temperature checks. We had other staff members that did temperature checks for us. The only issue that we've had is unloading of buses to try to eliminate the contact tracing, where we're unloading buses at different locations. But for the most part, we've not had, our community has really cooperated, a lot of cooperation with us. So far, we've not had any students that have come to school that actually had a fever or through our temperature checks that either got on the school buses or actually came into our school. So we've had a lot of good cooperation with our community, but it has been a task. But we've also picked up a lot of good practices, with COVID, with air purifiers, a variety of other things that hopefully will eliminate the spread of COVID within our school district.
I think Mr. Spencer did a great job there explaining most of that. Staffing, we are a little concerned with this upcoming year. I will say we had 83% of our teachers that took the vaccination with their local health department. That was a big win for us. I'm hoping some more are able to take that here sooner than later. And then with transportation has been so unique. It's been a world of change for them. If I could applaud one group up here, it would be my transportation and food service, from the doing meal pickups to getting boxes. You should have seen when we got evacuated during the flood, or hospital and nursing home. If you've seen our bus drivers jump into action, get on buses, get nursing home and hospital patients moved and transported. It was a great day to be part of that. It was neat to see the community come together. But I will echo that I think staffing is probably going to be a challenge a little bit this summer, but going to try to get out in front of that early and do the best we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Superintendent Watts, Superintendent Spencer, we genuinely appreciate your time and thank you for the consistent good work that you do as you move through state management with Dr. Foster and her team. We just appreciate these updates immensely. And in keeping with trying to protect time, I see Superintendent Howard is with us from Ashland Independent, so we will skip over a couple of items to get to the financial report with Associate Commissioner Kinney and Superintendent Howard, please.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. And this is Robin Kinney, but I'll let Superintendent Howard jump in and do most of the presentation. The reason that we are before you, just as a reminder, is the board approved the working budget of Ashland Independent at less than 2%. And as a result of that, they are required to come back at each board meeting and report to us on their financial status. So Superintendent Howard is graciously here to kind of report out on the work that they've been doing since our last report back in February.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I think you have in your possession the summary letter that I submitted on March 29th, which basically lays out what we have done and kind of the direction we're headed. We've made a lot of progress in the last since the last board meeting. We feel very good about where we're going to end this fiscal year. We're going to utilize the ESSER funds for direct services. We should come out with a greater than 2% contingency, and it's been a blessing to have people working together to make this possible.
All right, thank you. I do think we have a question. I can't see hands again, so please just unmute.
Holly, did you have a question? No.
Oh, it's
your
an
hand is up. That's okay. We'll put your hand down.
I couldn't find it. Thank you so much, Superintendent Howard, for all that you're doing and moving things in the right direction there. Any other questions for Superintendent Howard? All right, thank you. And thanks again for your time. And Robin, thank you also for your oversight.
Thank you.
Then we will move back to ABC order. And Robin, it's still you. This is review item B, an update on the 2021 legislative session of the Kentucky General Assembly. This is Robin and Karen, along with Director of Government Chuck Truesdale.
Thank you, Chair Young. Actually, we're going to turn it over to Chuck to kind of start this conversation. Let him give us an update on the legislative session. Many of those things will kind of seep into the budget itself and the one-year budget that was passed by the General Assembly. So we're going to defer to him, and then I'm going to let Karen Worth, our budget director here at KDE, handle the information on the budget itself. So Chuck, it's over to you.
Thanks, Robin. Everybody, you should have access in the portal to the full report of all the K-12 related bills that were passed by the General Assembly this session. I'm going to touch on just a few of the highlighted bills, but I'm happy to answer questions on anything you may want to inquire about. I will note that if you look at the document, there is that asterisk at the very top. Some of these bills were passed very late in the session, and so when we prepared this document, they had not been signed or vetoed by the governor. As of today, all of those bills have now been signed. With one exception, there was a line item veto, and I will mention that when we get to that bill, because I will be talking directly about that one. First of all, one bill that has been apparently on everybody's mind is Senate Bill 128. That is the supplemental school year program. KDE issued guidance on Monday related to that. And we anticipate, based on feedback that we get over the next few days, that we will update that guidance as necessary. We will also be speaking to Senate Bill 128's implementation on the superintendent's webcast next Tuesday. Essentially, this year allows students a do-over if the student chooses and the district chooses to participate. So students will have until May 1st to choose whether they want to take part in this program. Students who graduate this spring would be able to take part as graduated students. There would be a special program for them to come back. Districts, once they have that list of all the students in their district who want to take part, districts have until June 1st to decide whether to take advantage of the program or not. And if they give a thumbs up, they have to allow it for everybody who had requested it. If they give a thumbs down, obviously nobody can take part of that program. However, districts will still have the usual statutory allowances if they choose not to. So they still maintain the ability to work with families on retention and promotion decisions. Districts that choose to take part have until June 16th to submit their plan to the Board of Education, along with any waiver requests of administrative regulation that would be necessary. So keep in mind, there may be at some point a special called meeting to address any of those waiver requests if they come in. And one piece of this bill that I think a lot of people focused on was the athletics portion of that. High school students, so anybody in grades 9 through 12 who request this, will have a 5th year of athletic eligibility, but the hard cap of an age limit of age 19 will still be in place. So if you age out, then you still don't get that 5th year. But if you're under 19, I believe on August 1st, you could have that 5th year of athletic eligibility. A couple of other bills that I'd like to discuss relate directly to the Board of Education. One of those is House Bill 331, which removes the State Board of Education's ability to remove, suspend, or discipline a member of a local school board. Right now, the Attorney General does have some ability. It's very limited in scope. And so that is the only ability now under House Bill 331 beginning this summer that districts or that the Board of Education would have. We could refer any sort of those complaints, if a finding is made, to the Attorney General. And we'll have more guidance for you, I think, as time goes on how we think those issues should be addressed. The other bill is House Bill 178, which very directly affects the Board of Education. It codifies, for the most part, an executive order issued last year on the voting membership of the Board of Education, as well as the non-voting membership. So this codifies that the Secretary of the Education and Workforce Development Cabinet, as well as a teacher and a student, are non-voting members of the Board of Education. One change from the executive order, however, is that the Board of Education will have to establish a process for selecting that teacher and the student member going forward. So our existing members, which we are happy to be able to continue until next April 14th. So hopefully we will, with all due diligence, work speedily to put into place the process for selecting that teacher and student member. In addition, there is now a requirement, as is the case for post-secondary boards, that there has to be a political balance, gender balance, and minority representation on the State Board of Education. So when the next round of appointments are made, that will be for the 4 at-large representatives. That group of 4 would have to be balanced between the 2 political parties, the genders, and also would have to have at least 1 minority representative. And in 2 years, when the 7 Supreme Court district representatives are appointed, that group of 7 would have to have a similar balance. So this does not affect any current members unless they are reappointed down the road. So nobody's term is limited in any way due to this legislation. And I do want to give a shout out, particularly to the students who made their voices heard. Literally, when the Senate version of this bill did not have a teacher and a student on the board, and then the teachers and the students both made sure that their voices were heard, and the House decided that they were going to put their feet down and they insisted that a teacher and a student remain on the board, and that was the case in the end. So we're very happy with that. Time for a little bit of bad news. House Bill 563 passed. The governor vetoed that bill, and the veto was overridden by a single vote in the House. That was not unexpected, but disappointing nonetheless. So there are two elements to that bill. First of all, beginning with the 22-23 school year, each school district will be able to adopt a non-resident pupil policy that allows the state SEEK funding to follow that student. Currently, you have to have a reciprocal agreement with the other districts. For instance, if there are two districts that are in dispute, then nobody gets the SEEK funding for that student. If the student goes to a non-resident district. Under this bill, the state SEEK funding would follow them. Those policies will have to be filed with the Department of Education. And again, this will not take place until 22-23. So we do have a little bit of time to work with the General Assembly and come up with any necessary regulations to make sure that all rules are followed, no students are discriminated against, nobody's found any loopholes, things like that. On top of that, the Department of Education will have to report on options to how to allow those local funds that are generated to follow the students as well. That will be somewhat controversial and tricky because there is a great amount of legal precedent that local funds are local funds and they cannot be transferred between the two districts. And so we will be updating you on that as we work on that. The second portion of House Bill 563 allows for a tax credit of up to $1 million per taxpayer. That's individuals or corporations, and a $25 million cap statewide for contributions to account granting organizations, which can then distribute the funds after a 10% holdback for administrative expenses to education service providers. The students who qualify are limited by income, although it is a fairly sizable cap on income. And among the allowable expenses is private school tuition if that student lives in a county with a population of more than 90,000, which is our largest eight counties in the state. So that's Jefferson, Fayette, the three northern Kentucky counties, Davis, Warren, and Hardin counties. So moving on to somewhat better news, I think, and this sort of segues into Karen's budget presentation. There were a few different items that included new funding on top of the budget funding in House Bill 192. The first one was House Bill 382, which included $140 million to pay for full-day kindergarten. Now, a few caveats on this. Districts are not required to offer full-day kindergarten, but if they do, they will get funding on that basis. This is not mandatory, and this does not change statute. So this funding is only for the upcoming school year, 21-22. Obviously, we will be discussing the Board of Education's legislative agenda as we head into the 22 session, and we would anticipate that we would be supporting a statutory change to full-day kindergarten funding. Because of House Bill 208, which we did not take attendance this year, we measured participation, we don't have SEEK numbers to run the normal SEEK calculations. And so for full-day kindergarten purposes, we will be using full-day kindergarten numbers from the appropriate school year that districts have chosen, that either being the 18-19 or 19-20 school year, to calculate their SEEK funding for the upcoming school year. A couple of other funding items were in House Bill 556, which the governor just signed today, at least passed, became law today. One of those is $127 million in federal funding for school construction. Now, I would note, because there has been some confusion on this, that this is not part of the ESSER 3 funding or any other elementary and secondary education funding. This is from a separate pot of money, the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund. So we were very happy to get this money on top of the existing $2 billion or so in ESSER 3. There are criteria in the budget in this bill for how those projects will be decided, and that follows precedent on what these projects how these projects have been funded and selected in the past. A new portion, however, in this bill is $75 million in state funding for local area vocational education centers for renovations up to $10 million per center. This fund would come with a local match, And the centers must offer job creation training. I know the document there says substance use disorder programs, but that is part of the bill that was line itemed by the governor, and that was at the request of the General Assembly. So substance use disorder programs will be part of the criteria used to decide which centers get funding, but it will not be a mandatory item for those funds. And I would note that both of these pots of money for school construction are actually for the School Facilities Construction Commission. That is not in KDE's budget, but we will be working with SFCC because we have all of the information on which these decisions would be based, but SFCC does do school finance in the Commonwealth. And one last item I will talk about before I open it up for questions or hand it over to Karen is House Bill 405, which will convene a school funding task force with the Legislative Research Commission this summer to review all aspects of K-12 funding. So there's going to be 13 members, 6 legislators, 3 local superintendents, and 3 local school board members, and then also Commissioner Glass or his designee. And this will be looking at everything in terms of K-12 school funding. So not just the SEEK formula, but we'll also be looking at facilities funding, transportation funding, career technical education, the local component, et cetera. And House Bill 405 also appropriated another $10 million to assist local school districts that are recovering from the floods that happened this spring. That is above and beyond any FEMA funding that may come their way, and then any insurance proceeds that they may be able to collect. For instance, some districts may have had older facilities that were in a floodplain that suffered some damage that may not be eligible for those other pots of funding. So this is $10 million to help for them. That's all I had in particular to present, but I'm happy to take any questions on, right now, at least the non-financial piece of the legislative agenda. And I would just ask you to probably save the financial questions until Karen has had her presentation, so we can handle those all at once together.
That sounds
Lou,
great.
you're on mute.
Yep. Sorry, Karen.
Thanks, Chuck. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me this afternoon to talk about our House Bill 192, which is our budget bill for fiscal year 22. As Robin mentioned earlier in our introduction, as you know, the session in 2020 only enacted a one-year budget for fiscal year 21. So that meant that session this year had to implement a 2022 budget. So House Bill 192 was enacted. And in addition to setting the budget for fiscal year 22, there are also a few revisions within House Bill 192 that I wanted to share with you guys today. Tony, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. This is just an overall chart of KDE's budget. As you see, there's a comparison there between House Bill 352, which was our 2021 budget, a column that shows you the revisions that were made in House Bill 192 to the 2021 budget, and then the 2022 numbers that are in House Bill 192. I wanted to just kind of point out a few things that you may notice on here. As you see the revised column, we did have a lower general fund dollar amount. That is in part to some coronavirus relief funds that were identified as allowable to be used to replace some general fund SEEK dollars for our districts in fiscal year 21. So that resulted in a reduction to our current general fund dollar amount. Also just wanted to point out the increase to federal in the revised House Bill 192. That's due again to coronavirus relief funds. Those appropriation increases were submitted by the department as we received grant awards, and then those were approved by the Office of the State Budget Director. Lastly, just to reiterate what Chuck said, these are the numbers that are strictly from House Bill 192, and they do not include the $140 million for full day kindergarten that was appropriated in House Bill 382. Next slide, please. Just wanted to talk solely about SEEK for a moment. Again, we're going to show you the 21 revised number and then the 22 enacted. You'll see on that second line there on the chart, the $130 million that was allocated out of coronavirus relief funds for general fund replacement of SEEK dollars. Also, just wanted to share that SEEK is funded at $4,000 per pupil, as it currently is now. Also, there is language in 192 that says any unexpended SEEK shall lapse to the budget reserve trust fund. And then lastly, again, just to reiterate that those totals do not include the $140 million since they were appropriated in a separate bill, but they will be allocated out through the SEEK appropriation. Next slide, please. Thank you. Also included in 192 is the language around mental health providers. There was provided a $7.4 million for fiscal year 22 to provide funding to school districts for additional mental health providers in their school districts. As we did in fiscal year 21, we will defer to the Kentucky Center for School Safety, who will consult with the state school security marshal, and they will develop a criteria to determine which of the districts will receive funding and how much those districts will receive. So we are following the same process that we used in fiscal year 21. Next slide, please. Our Kentucky School for the Blind and Kentucky School for the Deaf, we have repeatedly talked about the need for additional funds to support the personnel and operating costs at these two locations. As you all have been told many, many times, that funding has stayed pretty stagnant over the last several biennium. So we were very, very pleased to receive an additional $1.5 million for these two schools. So KSB has received an additional $1 million, KSD an additional $500,000, and that is for each of the 2 years. So that is for fiscal year 21, and then another $1.5 million in fiscal year 22. So greatly appreciate that addition in 192, as it is very much needed. Next slide, please. School safety facility upgrades. This was included in House Bill 352 and is again in 192. It provides $18.2 million in bond funds for fiscal year 21 for facility upgrades. Also, in House Bill 352 was $1 million for advanced placement. 192 continues that. So we have $1 million in fiscal year 22 for advanced placement, international baccalaureate exams for students that meet free or reduced price lunch eligibility. And also for fiscal year 22, there's an additional $2.6 million, and that is earmarked for advanced placements examinations for students on a first come, first served basis. So that is additional funding from what we have received in the past. Next slide. This is just a few of our grant programs, or what we call internally our LARS lines. These are familiar to all of you, as these have been typically funded in our budget. Extended School Services, Frisky, Gifted and Talented, to name a few. These are a combination of formula-driven grants as well as competitive grants. And also just to note that there are, continuing on from the previous biennium, there were some areas that were not funded. Professional development, textbooks, CSIF are some of the areas not funded. Next slide. Additionally, in House Bill 192, we've received new funding for something we've not received in the past, and that is $800,000 in fiscal year 22 for the Dolly Parton Imagination Library. So we do not, in my time here, have not had a relationship with that organization. So we will work with them to develop scope of work and to dispense those funds to that as requested by the General Assembly. Also, House Bill 192 allows for an additional $250,000 in fiscal year 22 for the Jobs for American Graduates, or the JAG program. So FY21, they received $250,000. But for FY22, they're going to get $500,000. So that's a nice bump for them. And then lastly, within the CTE appropriation that's stated within the budget bill, of that dollar amount, approximately $740,000 is for the Estill County ATC. Next slide. I'm just going to reiterate a little bit about what Chuck has already talked about. These are other provisions that affect KDE's budget but are not in the actual KDE budget bill language. That's the 127 for SFCC for school facility construction needs, the 75 million Chuck talked about for the LABEX, and then the 10 million. Oh, I'm sorry. There's a $10 million cap that you can each LAVEC can apply for if they provide substance abuse, disorder programs, and job creation training. Those are just some of the things that Chuck has already spoke of. Next slide, please. And then lastly, we have House Bill 405. Again, Chuck has talked about this, and this is for a $10 million set aside for school districts that have received facilities destroyed or severely damaged by flood or heavy rainfall. And last slide, please. That concludes the budget. I know that was pretty high level, so we'll be glad to take questions if you have any on any of those specific items. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Karen. So board members, you've seen several pieces of legislation post-mortem reviewed by Chuck and the budget here by Karen. What questions might you have?
Chuck, and all of you really, I guess I would love to know, what is the Highwire Act that what responsibility do we have regarding 563 with respect to guidance? Do we work with the legislature on regulations? I just feel like, I wonder, the implementation just kind of makes it boggles the mind. So what's our job now? I mean, the department and KBE.
Sure. Well, on the
Not that we ask for this, okay?
Right.
If only we only had to implement the things we asked for, life would be so much easier, right? Well, I will say on the education opportunity accounts, we have no responsibility on that end. That is completely going to be handled by the Department of Revenue. That money never touches the state treasury, so we will have no responsibility on that end. However, on the public school option, the choice there, we will be, again, that will not be implemented until the 22-23 school year. So we do have some lead time to put together some guidance, some thoughts. I don't necessarily know at this point. We've not had those internal discussions yet. We're still sort of catching our breath from putting together the guidance on 128. So we have not had those internal conversations on if we will issue guidance or if we will just talk to districts individually about their plans as questions come in. There was very little specificity in the bill about what those non-resident pupil policies will look like, other than you can't discriminate. Of course, discrimination is in the eye of the beholder, and so we will be working on that. But I think you raise a very important point, which is, what is our responsibility at this point? I know I've been in meetings with Robin and some of her folks in terms of what is allowed. Quite honestly, we discovered some things as we were trying to wrap our heads around this that we were not aware of right now in terms of what districts are doing. And so as we go through this, we seem to have more questions than answers. And I think it is my understanding that legislators expected when this bill passed that we would be coming back next January with sort of suggestions on how to tweak that, how to adjust it for any unforeseen consequences. I know that's not a very solid answer, but that's all we have at the moment.
All right, thank you. And then Holly.
Yes, I was really happy to see the Imagination Library as part of the budget. And I know that the Collaborative Center for Literacy Development has already developed a pretty good relationship with them and done quite a bit of work throughout the state So I certainly hope that we can collaborate with them and, learn from them and maybe partner with them or something, just because I know a lot of work has already gone into that. And I think a lot of the seeds were planted through them. So
I will say the Imagination Library is not something that we asked for or were asked about during this process. So we're still sort of learning sort of how this plays into existing strategies. And I'm glad to hear that CCLD has already been working with them.
Yes, I think maybe that's where some of that came from. So I'm glad that you'll be reaching out.
I will say this, when I worked for the legislature, it always seemed like the Save the Children program always got money when Jennifer Garner came to town and pitched legislators on that. And I was highly disappointed that Dolly Parton didn't make a personal appearance for that money. Maybe next year.
Well, there's still hope, right?
Yeah. If they want to keep the money, maybe Dolly will come give us a visit.
All right, other questions for Karen or Chuck? All right, well, I just want to thank all of you. Chuck, you carried a lot of water for us this legislative session, and on very few hours sleep, running on fumes at times, but I really appreciated it and know you worked some magic, so thank you.
Well, happy to do it. Happy to be here at KDE.
Oh, good. Thank you. The next item then is around biennial budget planning. Sorry, Karen, I got lost a little bit in the former item there. So item C, over to Karen and Robin.
Thank you, Chair Young. It seems so strange for us to just be reporting out on the one-year budget, and yet we have to quickly look to our next biennial budget request. And of course, we are all already moving ahead with that. In this presentation, Karen is going to talk to you about our preparation for the biennial budget request. And as part of that, I'm also going to talk with you about our capital construction planning effort, which is part of our biennial budget request. We are presenting on that based upon the follow-up work since February, what the department has been looking at and considering as proposed projects for our capital plan. So Karen, I'm going to let you go through the biennial budget, the budget part first, and then I'll pick up with capital planning.
Thank you, Robin. Tony, next slide, please. So as Robin said, we're kind of in a head spin here at the department because we are finishing out and starting anew. So we're trying to make sure we keep all of our ducks in a row and everything organized. So right now we are jumping full force into the biennial budget request. This is a request process that happens over a several month process. We started in February talking to you all about the capital plan, and Robin will jump in later and go through the specifics of that. But we just wanted to give a really high level, a few slides here to talk about what the actual process and what goes into our biennial budget request. Let me see here. For this slide here, just to talk a little bit about how the budget of the Commonwealth is created and what they look at. The budget of the Commonwealth is what's created out of the governor's office. And this is a review of, they look at the past 2 years expenditures, they look at an agency's current budget, and then they also look at the fiscal need and the request of the agency. Each branch of government, whether it's executive, judicial, or legislative, is required to submit a budget request. And we do submit every odd numbered year. And in that budget request, we do include our strategic plan as required by statute. Next slide, please. Our budget request is broken down into several cost categories. The first being personnel. This cost category, it contains all of the things that are around salaries, your wages, your benefits, all of your fringes, as well as any personal service contracts that the department may have. Then we have operating, which are expenditures that are directly related to the operation of the agency, mostly travel, supplies, that type of thing. Then grants, which are the expenditures that we talked about on the slide earlier, again, city grant programs that we have that go to our local school districts or to, in some cases, to our educational partners. Lastly, we have capital outlay and debt service. Capital outlay are funds that are used to acquire land and buildings and equipment. And then our debt service, those are funds that are used to pay against bond funding that we may receive from a capital project. Next slide. And then there's multiple fund sources as well. And KDE does submit a request in all of these fund sources except for the road fund. That is typically used by the Transportation Cabinet and is related to gas and fuel tax. But starting at the top, general fund, or what we like to refer to as $100, those are appropriated by the General Assembly. These are the funds that must be spent by June 30th every year. So when we're talking about fiscal year closeout, these are the funds that we are closing out. Secondly, we have what's called restricted fund, or a 1300 account. These are receipts from revenue for a specific or restricted project or program. The difference between 1300 and 0100 funds is that 1300 funds carry on into the next fiscal year. So we do not zero those out at the end of June as the general fund process is done. Thirdly, we have federal funds. Those are our 1200. Those are receipts from federal government. Some of the funds we receive here at the department, as you know, are title funds, IDEA, and then our school and community nutrition funds that we receive from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. So those are just a few of the federal areas. And then lastly, for KDE, 0200 are capital, and those are capital projects that the department requests for our state operated facilities, which include, of course, KSB, KSD, and our FFA leadership training camp. Next slide, please, and I will turn it over to Robin, who's going to jump into the meat of the 6-year plan.
Robin, you're muted.
Thank you very much. So Tony, if I can ask you to go to the next slide, please. So at our last board meeting in February, we kind of introduced you to the capital planning process. And so what we are preparing right now for your review, we will actually submit our proposed capital plan projects to the Capital Planning Advisory Board. That is that 16-member board that kind of looks across state government really at the strategic planning capital construction initiatives for all of state government agencies. They are an advisory board, so we can continue to make changes along the way, and we will likely have some tweaks to this plan submission before we actually submit our budget in October. But the capital project types are there on the screen: capital construction, $1 million and above; capital leases of $200,000; equipment of $200,000; and any information technology systems of $1 million and above. Next slide, please. When we talk about capital construction requests or capital project requests, we are really focusing primarily on our 3 campuses for the Kentucky School for the Blind, Kentucky School for the Deaf, and our FFA Leadership Training Center. So I know many of you may have been to the Kentucky School for the Blind. It is located in Louisville, Kentucky. It is a residential school in Louisville. However, they do have day students, and they also have an outstanding outreach program where they really service students who are blind and visually impaired across the Commonwealth. The KSB campus consists of 14 buildings. And so we do have a fairly, even though it's kind of concise in its footprint, there are 14 buildings that service our students. And our last major renovation project was to Hauser Hall, which is a dorm classroom facility, and that was completed in 2019. Next slide, please. The Kentucky School for the Deaf is located in Danville, Kentucky, and again, I hope that many of you have either been there or have a chance to attend and visit their campus. It also is a residential school, but also has that outreach component, so they service across the Commonwealth. Of course, KSD and KSB during the pandemic have been servicing really students in lots of different ways, not just on the campus setting, but in their districts and working with their local school districts. They have 13 buildings right now and utilize 8 of those for students and staff right now. Their last major construction project was the beautiful Margaret D. Marshall Elementary School that was completed in May of 2019. And a brand new facility that I really would encourage, especially if you all have a chance to go to the graduation ceremonies. Perhaps you could take a little bit of time and view some of these two buildings that have been more recently completed. I will say prior to these two projects, it was many, many years, like 20 years before we had a major renovation project at either one of the Kentucky School for the Deaf or Kentucky School for the Blind. So more recently, we've been a little more successful in our capital project requests. Next slide, please. My apologies to the Office of Career and Technical Education, as well as our FFA organization and leaders. We didn't have the FFA lead on our Leadership Training Center, but the Leadership Training Center is located in Hardinsburg, Kentucky. Lots of students have spent, and maybe even some of you may have spent some time at the Leadership Training Center down in Hardinsburg. The last major renovation there was in 2010. So it's been quite a while since they've had major renovations, and that was to their dining hall. Other school groups use these facilities. And of course, typically we are very busy at the Leadership Training Camp in Center in June and August. Next slide, please. So based upon our success most recently with capital project requests, we did have those requests that really focused on individual buildings like the Marshall Elementary or the Hauser Hall. But most recently, we've had some success in trying to pool projects together based upon likeness. So we always ask for a maintenance pool, but this time, and we will ask for that again. But we have come up with pool projects for consideration rather than going building by building. What that allows us to do is really have greater flexibility during the time that we have funds appropriated to us. So if we can prioritize and then something comes up and we need to reprioritize the order and sequence of these buildings, then we have more flexibility to do that. But in conjunction with the leaders at each of these schools and facilities, we've come up with sort of pool projects as well as a couple of other independent ones. So we've come up with a maintenance pool, safety security pool, roof repair replacement pool, HVAC pool, and the dorm student life renovation pool. We have been successful in the last round under 352, and then in House Bill 192, the most recent budget we just received, we did receive capital funds for HVAC. So we're very happy with that. We also had requested some money for more roof replacements, and we did not receive that in this most recent capital budget approval. Next slide, please. So very quickly, the maintenance pool, of course, is to take care of those ongoing general maintenance needs that pop up throughout the year. And due to the age of our building and, deferred maintenance is something that is always very difficult to stay on top of. And so, when you can't adequately fund all the repairs you need, these things pop up over the year. So we will be asking for a maintenance pool to help with those just day-to-day ongoing maintenance and repairs. Next slide, please. We have asked for, we are also going to ask for a safety security pool. We're doing some work already in this regard for various projects at the schools. But we see this as an ongoing need and always want to consider the safety and security of our students and our staff. So you'll see some of the projects that we have identified there that we would either like to continue to work on or start anew. Senate Bill 1 from 2019, of course, provided bond funds for our local school districts to help with some of those security safety needs. And so this request on behalf of KSB and KSD and would be to help with those statutory requirements as well. Next slide, please. Roof repair and replacement. We're already in process on working on roof repairs and replacement because we did receive funding from the last the last budget. But we have lots of roof needs, repair and replacement. Many of our buildings are between 30 and 50 years old, and so we've been doing some patching. So we're going to really work hard toward prioritizing the roof repair and replacement and try to get through those with this request. And as well, the opportunity to explore the use of ESSER funds to help with some of these expenses. Next slide, please. HVAC repair, again, because of the age and nature of our buildings, we really need to address some of these issues as well. We were successful in receiving some funding in this last budget cycle, so we'll have some money there. And you will note, you've heard districts talk about it today and throughout your presentations today about improving ventilation. It has been emphasized as the use of funding from the ESSER funds, and so we will explore that as an opportunity for our campuses. Next slide, please. Dormitory and student life, because we are residential facilities as well as having other day facilities and day students as well as visitors that come and are on our campuses. We want to address improvements and renovations to meet the unique student population that we serve, and we'll be focusing on kind of those dorm and student life areas, upgrading to meet current building codes and looking at efficiencies in many of our apartments, restrooms, and living areas. Next slide, please. At the FFA Leadership Training Center, also looking to seek funding for additional classrooms and a new facility to support expansion of those training facilities, really to expand it so we can accommodate larger groups throughout the years, and also more focus on those student activities with a gymnasium activity center and walking track. Next slide, please. So the way that the capital plan is submitted, it is somewhat of a strategic planning document in that you are required to identify your funding needs for 3 biennium. So our request is broken into those 3 bienniums that you see there. I do want to specifically note a project that we have on here called the Lee Hall renovation. This is at the Kentucky School for the Deaf, and it is a beautiful, beautiful building on their campus that is not being utilized currently, but I think the school has some really good ideas of how to utilize that facility for the future. Unfortunately, it's in a state of disrepair right now, and we'll need a lot of work and attention to restore it to either its former glory or to a modified use going forward. So I just wanted to point that one out since we didn't have a specific pool slide on that one. We are envisioning that we would need about $1 million in the first biennium to really scope it out and maybe start the project. And then in the next biennium, we would be looking for additional funds to really renovate that building and restore it. So again, if you get down to the Kentucky School for the Deaf, another beautiful building that you might want to check out. As we prepare our biennial budget, we will focus on that first column, which is 2022, 2024, and that is what will be submitted as part of our budget request. The other 2 bienniums are just part of the strategic planning 6-year capital plan exercise. Next slide, please. So key dates moving forward. We are here today reviewing the capital plan, kind of revealing to you kind of this thought process of asking for pool money to allow us more flexibility. If the funds are received, that gives us the greatest chance to really address and prioritize our projects, but still being nimble enough to move around within those pool projects. We will be submitting our capital plan to the Capital Planning Advisory Board on April 15th. We do that through an electronic format. And then we report out to them in the summer, kind of explanation of our projects as submitted. Again, they are advisory in nature. They are an advisory board, so they don't really determine what gets included in our capital plan with our submission with our budget. That will be something that we'll bring back to you in October. Other key dates that I would just encourage you to be thinking about. In June, we'll be sharing our baseline budget overview. It really is what is already contained in our budget, and that's where we start as we build our next budget. We will also introduce you to the concept of additional budget requests. And those are the things that have come up somewhat in today's meeting as well. Where does the board feel that additional funds are needed or required in order to really appropriate and serve our local school districts and our students? So additional budget requests are that above and beyond our baseline budget, and additional budget requests really show the values of the board and the Department of Education. So I would encourage you to start thinking about those projects that you might want to have us consider. If you have any questions or data requests that might help you understand where we are, that would be another thing that you might want to look into. And then in August, we will come back and talk to you about defined calculations, which are those things that are built into our budget and are calculated by either the Office of the State Budget Director or some other entity, but we are required to pay. So think about that like the rent on our building. You know, while I'd love to have a free building, especially now, we don't have that. So there are certain defined calculations that are included. Think about retirement costs. So that's included as a defined calculation. So we'll share with you about those. We'll also share with you the ABR projects that the KDE staff are proposing or would like you to consider. Then in October, we'll come back and try to tie all this up with a bow and get your approval and your review of the biennial budget that we will be submitting. And then we will submit that in November to the Office of the State Budget Director for consideration of inclusion in the governor's executive budget. So you'll see us every board meeting kind of giving you the next piece of the budget and soliciting and appreciate your feedback and input as we build the budget for the next biennium. So I think that's all we have for this afternoon on capital projects, the budget, and our next steps as we move forward with you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Robin? That was a ton of information. And I learned a new acronym, ABRs.
ABRs. They're probably the most important acronym you can have when you're building your biennial budget.
Just happy to be asked. All right. Thank you so much, Robin.
Thank you.
And then the next review item is item D, audit update and expense reports. Back to Robin for the KBE team and the commissioner.
Thank you. This item is really, we try to come every 6 months in front of the Kentucky Board of Education and share with you what has happened since our last report in the audit world. The Department of Education is always under audit review, whether it's by the Auditor of Public Accounts or some other entity. So we have the auditors with us a lot. In today's report, we have one finding that we're going to share with you, and I'm going to ask Karen to share that with you. Additionally, you should have already received expense reports. And expense reports are provided to you so that we can share with you the expenses of the commissioner as well as the Kentucky Board of Education. So you'll know exactly where you are as far as the dollars that have been expended. So those reports are just provided for you for your information. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer that. But I'm going to ask Karen to go through the audit finding, the one audit finding that we have to report out to you since the last time that we reported about 6 months ago. Karen, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you, Robin. As Robin said, we did have one finding since I've talked to you the last time. That finding was around the timeliness of our manual draw and reimbursement process for our federal funds. The APA's office felt that we could improve our internal processes to make that smoother and in a more timely way. So we have reviewed our internal processes. We've implemented changes to our internal deadlines to ensure that we have ample time for our payments to process, everything to post, so that we can have a 60-day turnaround on that process. And we've also implemented a weekly reconciliation process between the accounting branch and the federal grants branch. And we have noticed a great improvement in the process since we've implemented that.
Excellent. Easy peasy. Any questions for Karen? All right, thank you so much, and really appreciate the oversight. That concludes our review items. So we'll move to section 18, hearing officers report. And I'll turn this over to Todd and Kelly regarding the first one, the statement of consideration for 703 KAR 5:280.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Young. The first item that I have is just the routine hearing officer's report to update the board on the status of all of your all's regulations that you've adopted, all of those that are continuing through the process with LRC for review, as well as the regulations that have become effective in the past year. If there are any questions about that, I'm happy to answer those at this point in time. And if not, we can move on to the statement of consideration for 703 KAR 5:280 school improvement procedures. That's a regulation that was previously amended by the state board. It went through the public notice and comment period, and the agency did receive one comment from the Kentucky Association of School Administrators, or CASA, and I will turn it over to Kelly. We are proposing a change as a result of that comment, and Dr. Foster can walk us through that.
Great, thank you, Todd. As Todd mentioned, we received the one public comment from KASA, and they actually had two requests in that comment. They were requesting the removal of leadership capacity recommendation in Section 3B of the regulation, and they were also requesting to replace the language around leadership capacity from the principal evaluation statute. And so KDE is not adopting either of those changes directly because we feel like the legislature clearly expressed the intent to allow KDE audit teams to make a leadership capacity recommendation when they deem necessary. That was the biggest change in the legislation. It's not a requirement. It's if the audit team finds it necessary to do so. And then the regulation must also have some rules regarding principal capacity recommendation to mitigate anything around unconscious bias. And the regulation and the statute both now include a provision for an appeals process. That the appeals process was removed in Senate Bill 1, 2017, and was placed back in Senate Bill 158. So that's a positive. And so obviously there's intent there by having that appeals process back in. However, we did feel like the comment from KASA had some good points to it that made us want to go back and look at the language in the reg and make sure that it aligns to reflect the legislative intent. In the testimony around the legislation, it's very clear that the expressed intent is to allow the audit teams to make the capacity recommendation if they deem necessary, but not required. And so we feel like the language change that we have in the statement of consideration does just that. It gives the audit team more flexibility to comment on the capacity of the leader, either positive or negative, if they feel like that's something that needs to be stated.
And if you're following along in the materials that are posted on the portal on page 7 in bold font, you will see the changes that the agency is proposing as a result of the statement of consideration. And then the statement of consideration itself begins on page 35, where we lay out the specific comments that we received, as well as responses to each of those.
So Kelly, I really appreciate the additional flexibility afforded to the audit team in this regard. I think the other was way too much one size fits all. So thank you for the work on that. Board members, what questions might you have of Kelly? This will, because we are recommending, the commissioner is recommending a change based on the feedback, we will be looking for a vote to approve this recommendation. So what questions might you have for Kelly? All right, thank you. Hearing none, then I would be open to a motion to approve the changes to 703 KAR 5:280 as described based on feedback received as related to this statement of consideration. Do we have such a motion?
This is Sharon Robinson. I so move.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Do we have a second?
This is Joanne Adams. I second.
Thank you so much. Any further discussion or questions for Kelly or Commissioner Glass or Todd? All right, thank you. Meredith, would you please call roll?
Thank you.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Jamie Bowling.
Jamie Bowling, and I vote yes.
Alvis Johnson.
Alvis Johnson, I vote yes.
Patrice McCrary.
This is Patrice McCrary. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, and I vote yes.
Lou Young.
This is Lou Young. I vote yes.
All members present have voted.
All right, thank you. And back to Todd for item 19, litigation report.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The routine litigation report that we provide to the board is posted in the secure materials on the secure board portal for your review. Any changes since the last time that we've provided that report to you appear in bold font, so you can see any changes in litigation matters that are pending. At this time, I haven't identified any that require the board to go into closed session or take action on litigation, but in the event that you all have questions, I'm happy to entertain those.
Thank you, Todd. Very thorough report. Any questions for Todd? All right, thank you. At this time, we will open up just feel free to unmute or wave a hand if you want to for any board member sharing time. According to board policy, the agenda for each regular meeting shall include time for us to raise issues not included on the agenda for the purposes of clarification, referral to a committee, or scheduling for future board review and or action, if such is the consensus of the board. So, for example, Soliana's earlier comments about school bus emissions and what transitioning to electric vehicles would entail would be an example of one of those, which Che and team have already captured. Any other board members have items that you would like to share?
Chair Young.
Yes,
Patrice
thank you.
McCrary.
Thank you. I just saw your hand, Patrice. Thank you.
I'll jump in very quickly and share with you all. I'm assuming this is the time that is appropriate to share about the NASB Legislative Conference.
Oh, sure. This would be great.
Okay. I did have the opportunity to attend virtually. And of course, my first experience with that, and it was very eye-opening. It was 2 days packed full of how to have our voices heard at the federal level as far as education goes, because we interacted with individuals all across the country from their state school boards. So it was interesting to interact. One of the highlights of it, I will say, is coming up later, where our own Allison Sloan presented, and she's going to share a little bit of information about that. We had a student member present. It was just an amazing time to be a part of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, because we were well represented. One of the other highlights, second only to having our Kentucky people, we got to hear from the Secretary of Education, Secretary Cardona. He was 20 days in to his time as Secretary of Education, so he was still getting his feet wet, but he had a lot of information to share with us, and it was so encouraging, so refreshing to hear his strong support of public education and know that we are in good hands. He talked about creating a better college and career pathway for all students, to take away any hurdles, make it viable for every individual who wants to attend college, how to make it more affordable, He talked about removing silos across the country. We have barriers in education. In other states, absolutely phenomenal things are happening, but it's just being held within that state rather than opening up lines of communication across the borders. We need to remove our borders and make education terrific across the country, not just in silos. Removing the narrative controlling education in our country. He talked about the influx of money that we have coming in. He discussed a reopening summit that I did step into and listen in on, which was interesting. I loved that his focus is on equity and opportunity. And I kept thinking over and over how much the Kentucky Board of Education was walking hand in hand with what his beliefs were there. And so it was such an exciting time. It was difficult to sit still and listen to his conversation that was taking place. Another portion of his talk was how important it was to have student voice involved. We are not doing things to our students. We are doing things with our students and pulling them in. And it was so invigorating to hear him discuss how important students' voices were. I have a quote here. He said, "Our students have a voice. Sometimes we just need to step out of the way and listen." That was our Secretary of Education saying that. He said also that now we are on the brink of a whole new world. That's something the pandemic has done for us. And it's now is the time for innovation. And we need to think outside of the box. What has worked? What didn't work? What do we need to keep? What gets thrown away? There was so much. He said we need to be very open and very honest, most of all about the inequities that we discovered throughout the pandemic. We knew they were there, but they were magnified during this time period. And he pretty basically closed with discussing the digital divide and what we're going to need to do. We're going to have to invest in capacity across the United States, have a rescue plan for our students who are the most at risk and who have been left behind because of the digital divide. I wish you could have all heard his talk. I felt like I was sitting in the room with him rather than him talking to us, the conversation that was taking place. It was exciting. We also heard from legislators. We heard from other individuals who have interacted with their legislators. There was a big focus on equity throughout, a big focus on funding and what we need. But one of the most wonderful highlights was when our own Allison Sloan had the opportunity to present, and I would love for her to share that with you.
Goodness, Patrice, thank you. I don't know how to follow that up. It was definitely a privilege. I was asked by NASB to present on the panel with other parents, teachers, and students to discuss teaching and learning through the pandemic and what we've learned and how to move forward from that. I was asked because of a recent piece that I wrote for NASB that was published just a few days before on policy updates in every state on parent and family engagement in our schools. So that's why I was asked. And I'd also like to say it was an absolute privilege to listen to the students that were part of that panel. And one of our very own from the very new independent Kentucky student voice team was Pragya Upreti, and she did an absolute amazing job. I think she's already been nominated for president someday while she was on the panel. She and the other student, they did a great job, and their voices were heard all over the United States. And I'm so proud to say that she's one of ours. But it was absolutely amazing. Some of the voices that were heard that day from parents and students, it just really brought forward something that Patrice said, our new Secretary of Education said, was about silos. Not only are our states in silos, but our families and our teachers and our students tend to be in silos as well. And that was a huge conversation, is making sure that just because we have a seat at the table doesn't always mean that our voices are heard. And that's what's most important. And one of the parents made the comment that they would prefer not for people to not speak for them. and that they want to speak for themselves. And I think that was very powerful to hear as a teacher, that sometimes we often think, because even if we're our parents ourselves, that we know what parents want. And we need to not forget that their voices are important, because those are their babies. Even though they're with us all day long, those are their children. And it's very important that we make sure all those voices. So that's kind of something I wanted to bring forward to our board, and a challenge, kind of an ask of us actually, is we have so many advisory committees to the commissioner's office. I would love for us to get more reports from those, maybe even once annually from each advisory committee, so that we hear what's going on there. Because those voices, are just as important of all of us on this table. And if we're going to have those advisory committees, I'd love to hear more from what they're doing and what they're talking about here. Just, even a brief 2 or 3 minute update from someone on those committees would be great. But yes, this was an experience that I absolutely enjoyed. They have reached out and asked if they could contact me anytime to talk on panels like that, and I would be more than happy to do so. But it was great leading up to the Secretary of Education right after our panel discussion, and he was amazing, and all the rest of the conference. It really was nice to hear from people all over the United States.
Excellent. Thank you. You represented us really well, Allison. Patrice, that was an outstanding summary of Dr. Cardona's speech that day. I was tweeting while you were taking really good notes. So there you go. So it was really well done. And so thank you very much for that report. It was an excellent event, and I learned a lot by experiencing it. I appreciated your comments too about the advisory groups. Randy had mentioned something like that to me in a text earlier. We do get those regular media advisories from Tony after each, Tony and her team after each of those meetings, but you're suggesting something once a year in person about those meetings or goals or something?
I just think that I love what Tony does. I'm glad to get those, and I'm sure others are as well. Just something more public, so that everyone that watches these meetings knows that there are all these advisory committees, because I think sometimes a lot of people out there do not realize that there are a lot of voices at the table, and that those voices are being heard. So just a quick update maybe at some point, even if each of them, we had one meeting a year where each of them gave just a couple of minutes update or something. Or I just think it would be important to make sure that their presence in our decision-making process is known.
All right, thanks, Tony. That's something you and I and Meredith can strategize around, and maybe it's pushing the media advisories out even more earnestly. I don't know, but we'll put that on our conversation agenda. Allison, thank you.
Sure.
Other board members to share.
Madam Chair, just on that point before we leave it, it wouldn't be uncommon for boards to have regular reports from advisory committees, so it's just a matter of scheduling those ahead. So that's not a problem to accommodate that request if it's something you want.
Excellent, thank you. All right. Okay, so this is one of those mundane things, but I just got an email from the reminding us that some of us, Lou Young included, need to make sure we hit the deadline for our 2020 Statement of Financial Disclosures. So I'm going to ask Meredith and Todd to push out an email to you this afternoon for those of us who made this list, the notorious list, and offer any assistance that we may need to get those submitted in advance of the deadline, which is April 15th.
And I will share just briefly that the form does time out. So do reserve about 15 to 20 minutes to complete the form in its entirety and hit submit, because if you are multitasking, you will think you submitted the form, but it will be read as blank when they receive it. So do complete it in one sitting.
Commit to starting and finishing it all in one fell swoop. I was having trouble actually even accessing it, so hopefully we'll be able to get to that this afternoon.
And the online form is not working right now. I've asked for some investigation into that. So, but there are, you can fill it out in a PDF or a Word file and email it in or fax it in. So there are different ways to do it. But I mean, if it's not working today, maybe give it till tomorrow.
Soliana wants to know what a fax is, Jason.
That is a great question. I said to a group of students.
Just kidding.
I asked a group of students if I sounded like a broken record a few months ago, and I could see them processing through what that was, because, they don't use records.
Oh, a broken record. Oh, yeah. All right.
No,
well,
I wonder every
each and every colloquialisms you guys say after. I'm like, oh, okay.
You're the best. I'm just saying that you keep us young. That's all there is to it. All right. I have no idea, Meredith, how we got back on track within 20 minutes of the agenda. So you pulled it out in the end. Great job there, everyone. So unless I've missed something, Meredith, I think we're ready for a motion to adjourn.
We are ready.
All right. Do we have such a motion?
I won't leave you hanging today. I move that we adjourn.
Thank you. I always like Mr. Johnson to jump in and save me. So we have a motion to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
And it's my understanding that motions to adjourn don't require a discussion. So Meredith, please call the roll.
Joanne Adams.
This is Joanne Adams. Thanks, everyone. I vote yes.
Claire Batt.
Claire Batt, I vote yes.
Holly Bloodworth.
This is Holly Bloodworth. I vote yes.
Jamie Bowling.
This is Jamie Bowling. I vote yes, and thank all of you for a great first meeting.
Alvis Johnson.
This is Elvis Johnson. I vote yes, and there was a lot of great reporting that went on today. So I thank everybody for the time and energy put in those reports.
Patrice McCrary.
I did vote yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you so much. Wonderful meeting today. I vote yes.
Randy Poe.
Randy Poe, I vote yes.
Sharon Robinson.
Sharon Robinson, I vote yes.
Lee Todd.
Lee Todd, I vote yes.
Lou Young.
Lou Young. Welcome, Jamie Bowling. Thank you, everyone. I vote yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Bye all.